And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let me pop up that chat. Oh, I should probably show my face. There's the good Elio face. Pop up the chat. Ray, good to go to have you. Radius, good to have you. Danny, good to go to have you. Face, good to go to have you. Raven, good to go to have you. V, good to go to have you. Rydia, good to go to have you. Rare visit indeed. Rare Infinite, good to go to have you. Hi, Gooey, made of goop. I'm very gooey after Thanksgiving, it's true. Yeah, greetings. Yeah. Laffy, lolly-ho, oho kali to you all. Hey, yeah. So today, guess what? We're probably going to be finishing up at least the first half of Dawn Trail. The levels of which the actually accounts for half of its playtime, though, is going to be interesting to me. Also, sorry, I have a new seat that I'm eyeing out on the, on my... Oh, that's nice. It's nice. Oh, also, me and V were buying and farming mount tokens all last night. I can't use him yet. I'll save him until we get into the map. But I have a mount. I have a mount that I'm very excited to use and show off. Okay. Anyways, Ryan, good to glad to have you. But yeah, so today obviously we're going to be going through the role quest, melee DPS role quest. We're going to be going through all of the story up to the end of the first half of Dawn Trail. We're going to get to hear one of my favorite songs in Dawn Trail, Smile. And then we also might be doing some side quests for the rest of the day. We're going to be doing Skadi Cenote for Dungeon. If anyone wants to join in, be ready for that. But I don't want to go into the second half of the story until later. So there may be, the last bit of this may be more of an interstitial doing side quests. So, Voltaire, good to go to have you. I think it's pretty clear what the mount is. Oh, if some of you know me, you know. You know. But we'll get to that in a second. Where is... Sheshbia. Man, that sounds like gold member. Sheshbia. Smoking a pancake. Long in a bridge. Oh, hello, Mr. Awesome Powers. I want to get the capybara mount. It's a heck of a fake grind, though. It's really not that bad, Ryan. There's a website I can pass you that if you just go to the world boss, it's like two kills the world boss. I got mine in like the second week of Dawn Trail being out, not having tried to get it the first week, in like 2 days. So if you want help with that, let me know. Reminder, no spoilers. Not that there's much left to spoil, but basically just the bits we haven't got to yet. You can talk surreptitiously around them, though. Okay. The hunter and the hunted. Sheshbia seeks adventure. Sheshbia seeks an adventure, likes getting up close and personal. Shitona should have an American accent, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, hello there. Hello there. I've taken it you've spoken with Brook Evu. Are you willing to lend a hand? I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Sheshbia, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Jacques Tural in search of brave souls to help retrieve our stolen treasure. Also, how's audio and visuals? For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the swallowtail Tural Vidral is sealed. Before its ascension, the swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones, and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. Man, okay, yeah, more and more do they remind me of the auspices. This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the selfsame abilities indeed. The wielder, too, may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they beheld. Yet, this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-bladed wielding viper, or a savage brosh, with claws and fangs to gut whomever they please. It is the power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest, for though it grants many boons, the forest contains threat in equal measure. But through donning the skins of the formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That's why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it's reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet, there's been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is the name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. One of the other things I love that they're doing with the role quest is that you're using the role quest to explore maps we've already been to before. So, like, obviously, all the different nation states and Doma and stuff with Endwalkers. I think that's rad. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for the eastern habitation and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. As long as you're willing to cover my teleportation expense. I want to know what she says if you choose this, but it's not Elio. Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Vieira woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you might find someone who has seen her. I was about to say, of all the places that running into a Shitona might actually get confusing, Kugane is one of them. Poke the like button. I know you want to. Thank you. It's up to every day, 2 days or so on every world. Yeah. Well, and also you can teleport to different worlds. So, like, you can do multiple in one day. That's what I did. I did one on Curl and one on Zalera, I think. I just thought they were auspices straight up. I mean, the thing that differentiates them is that the Aramitama, anyways, the God's anger that can take them, if so, it seems omnipresent in the Tural, and in the Vidral, and they don't have expressed the same sentience as we see with many of them that they accrue over time. Now, that may be a difference between the faith and beliefs of the people of Tural versus the faith and beliefs of Othard. And it still brings into question why entities such as that don't exist in Eorzea. Aramitama, okay, Aramitama. I keep getting messed up because I think of like Kaminari, or there's like other words kind of like it that are similar. So like Kaminari is lightning and thunder, but it's like God's anger. King of the Castle, no, that's not what I want. Oh, duh, I need to go. Whatever she needs to track down this villain, she will have, and so shall you. Oh, hey, there's a cafe. Forgive me, but what is a teleportation? Well, if it is required expense, rest assured... Oh, you're really... Rest assured, Itoka will compensate you for it. She's been entrusted with a fair sum of the village's combined reserves. Whatever she needs to track down this villain, she will have, and so shall you. That's interesting, Danny, that she said she's unfamiliar with teleportation. I mean, it's not surprising that her village would not have an Aetheryte. Well, no, I guess the Aetheryte in Tuliolal... What is it that they say? They got it from Charlian. The archcheese from Charlian, but it wasn't from Kona, right? It was Glul Jaja's idea. Do I have a note on it? Kona returned around 3 years ago and brought back Aetheryte and dirigible schematics from Charlian. No, it was 3 years ago. So if she hasn't been to Tuliolal within the intervening 3 years, her familiarity with teleportation would be limited. That makes sense. And no, it was Kona's idea, and Glul Jaja decided to adopt it right away. That's what it was. Man, I'm so glad I'm writing down notes now, and also have you guys to double check me. Welcome to Shiokaze Hostery. May I serve you? I'm looking for a Vieira? You're searching for someone. As a matter of fact, I do distinctly remember seeing a Vieira woman of the description earlier. I am afraid I could not tell you where she may be now. Hey, a lass from Tural, was it? Oh, sorry, can't help you. That reminds me, I heard Tural has its local variety of spirits called mezcal. Been meaning to taste it myself for an age now. But you have no idea how hard it gets when one hand's on a bottle out of here. Ugh. Started to go southern for a second. Deathberry! Good to glad to have you. I hope everyone is having a great day or night. I am. It is a good day. It is a good day. Also, V, I definitely think I need one of these. This cushion is amazing.
A Viera woman bearing a bow. Why yes, I do recall such a person. It was hard not to notice her, really given how she was peering at every little thing. If she came from the distant land to the west, no doubt Kugane is quite the unusual sight for her. With any luck, she will still be where I saw her, in the vicinity of the Sekisegumi barracks.
Ever tried mezcal? Asking for a friend. Yeah. Also, I'm 29. I can drink, and mezcal's fine. The thing is, mezcal, like a lot of spirits, can have a lot of different versions. I love fruity mezcal, but like floral mezcal or like cheap mezcal isn't gonna be very good. Cheap mezcal can taste like paint thinner, but that's true of like every spirit. Personally, my favorite spirit, actually, I don't know if it's considered a spirit. Someone who knows more explain this to me, but sake. I love sake, and I love sake as a mixed drink. I know it sounds crazy, but if you mix sake into like Coke or Dr. Pepper or like a soda or other drinks, it's amazing. So good. Supplanting a Kansai dialect with a Southern American one. Oh boy, the old days of anime dubs were weird. Yeah. I mean, what's interesting is like, how do you, if you have like Osaka, like you have a character with an Osaka bend, right? Like with an Osakan accent, how do you impart that if you localize it, right? Because to do so, some ways that some might want, like kind of doing a country bumpkin accent would be one way. Like there's a bunch of different ways that like, there's like the connotation of what is going to be implied by someone's presumption based off of a specific accent, right? The same way that what's a good example? People have, whether wrongly or rightly, and I would argue wrongly, a specific negative, often got negative connotations against like an accent, an Alabama accent, right? But if you were to localize that into another language, thinking what is the corollary here, right? Like if you use for like, what is a working class English accent in Japanese? Like what would you use for the accent or the bend for that? Utoka-esque woman. That's funny.
This city's simply too large for me to cover alone.
Oh, I'm not English. Why am I troubling to do a female? I can do a frickin' yeehaw! Oh my god.
This city is simply too large for me to cover alone. Perhaps it's time I returned home.
Hey, how can I help? I've come to aid in your search, Itoka. Assuming you are Itoka.
Is that right? I'm grateful, but why?
That look alone has me thinking. Are we thinking what we're thinking?
I see. Sheshbia always was a worrywart. Won't deny it. I appreciate the help. Though ascertaining the whereabouts of the cocoon has been no easy task. I managed to secure a room and board in this lodging after arriving in Kugane, and haven't been using it as a base to track down the thief ever since. And I'll tell you all I know. According to an eyewitness from our village, the thief's a middle-aged Hydaelyn male. That's all we have to go on regarding his appearance. Yet, so long as he possesses the cocoon, he can't be anyone and anything. An elderly woman traipsing along the street, a child throwing a ball, mayhap even the dog chasing after it. Truth be told, I was nigh at wit's end trying to find him. That is, until I discovered that a series of unusual squabbles have been occurring around the city. After investigating these incidents, I found one commonality. The instigator in each case invariably had no recollection of the incident, let alone of inciting it. What's more, eerie accounts have been beginning to circulate around the residence. Some folk claim they've somehow been seen in two places at once. Based on all this, I believe the thief's been using the Dreamweave cocoon to transform into innocence and spread discord throughout the city. It stands to reason we can find him by following the trail of chaos left in his wake, no? And yet even should we apprehend him, in whatever form he's hiding himself within, nothing to stop him from feigning ignorance. Besides, a secret remedy, of course. The recipe for an elixir which can forcibly remove the cocoon's enchantment has been passed down to my village for emergencies like this. I made sure to prepare a few vials before making the voyage here. I need simply throw the solution at the suspect. The cocoon's weave of mimicry will unfurl on the spot. That covers everything. Now, what say we see if there's any trouble afoot? The thief will undoubtedly not be far from it. Let me know when you're ready. Well, catch him together. Just like me mixing soju with probiotic drinks. Okay. Hold up. I'm trying to imagine. Voltaire, are you saying you like pour soju into like kefir? I have questions. I mixed sake with Baja Blast before and that was pretty good. See? Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. So putting fruit in booze is okay, but in a bakery. No fruit in baked goods. Bread and fruit don't go together, said only one man throughout history. Oh my god. Okay, you might have lost me on that one, Voltaire. Ever seen the BBC dub of the original Yurusei Yatsura? No. It's something like out of a different reality. That sounds insane. Ready to set off then? Perfect. I say we begin our search with the markets. I recall a great number of people gathering at the Rakuza district. I believe it was called. Itoko will now accompany you. Also, I'm kind of understanding what Liln says. It's like, literally they have this insane amount of Tural power and all they're doing is going around and being a nuisance. Okay, how long do you guys think before we get some sort of analogy character to a nuisance streamer in 14? I don't know what that would mean because it's not like there's a lot of like videography or anything like that, but there has to be a nuisance streamer side quest at some point. To think that all this was wrought by mortal hands. Remarkable. My people ever lived in harmony with nature, but that doesn't mean we condemn the ways of those who choose otherwise. In fact, the brief time I've been exposed to settlements like this, I've come to see such places that have their merits too. Solution 9 custom delivery. Yeah. Honeybee wasn't far off, albeit a different category. Sure, true. Although Honeybee's really, it's the idol, right? Rather than like the nuisance streamer. But yeah, you're not, yeah. Nahaza job, yeah. Solution 9. Never had sake, yet I love sunrises, anything rum with fruit. Honestly, Raven, you probably with the sort of alcohol you like, you might like a fruity sake with like green apple sake. Oh, V, we need to get more green apple sake. Or maybe that, yeah, a Hildebrand character would work really well too, yeah. Look, you thieving horse son. Look, you thieving horse son. I told you this isn't enough. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, y'all are like the Hildebrand, yeah. But, sir, that cannot be right. I am sure I gave you your charge in full. Enough. Hand over me money or I'll take it by force. Let's keep watching for a second, see if anything else is divulged. But isn't it obvious? No one gets so worked up over a handful of coins unless they're looking for trouble. Reveal yourself, villain! What in the blazes do you think you're doing? Sorry. Very sorry. Oh dear. 1,000 apologies, sir. I gravely miscalculated your change. I will return what you are owed immediately. I beg your forgiveness. My name has never met a Lalafell before. Have you tried yuzu sake? That's a good question. I don't think I have. Let me find out. No. I apologize for the disturbance. How dreadfully embarrassing. Joto yuzu sake. Well, Hunter doesn't quit after a single arrow misses its mark. Best not to dwell on what's done, and instead focus on our next course of action. Let's see how things fare at Kugane Dori. See, one of the nice things about being in Kugane is that since I'm doing a faux southern accent, I get to do the hard R's. Because, you know, in Japanese, the R sounds like between an R and an L, like rariruredo, rara. Like it should be like Kogane dori. But like, it's kind of like, it's kind of the same way I've only ever heard katana in the South. Yeah. I love fruity drinks that hide the punch in the face and rearing around the corner. See, the thing is, if I'm gonna drink something that completely hides the alcohol taste, at that point, just give me something non-alcoholic. But I do like certain alcoholic tastes when they're mediated in the right way. Or a pelu pelu, yeah. I can't believe how impossibly vast it is. My jaw dropped when I first saw it. I could hardly fathom where the horizon ended and the sea began. Before arriving in Tuliolal, I'd imagine the sea to be merely a larger, saltier body of water than that lake back home. There, we would race from shore to shore to attempt the same. Here, I fear we would have fatal results. Interesting, she says lake. Which makes me wonder if she exists on the coast of Yasulani or Shaloni, or if her village is in Lozeni Hedda. You can do horrifying things pronouncing ninja skill names with 4-kid style American accents. Ooh, wait, okay. Actually, you know what? You know what would be funnier is samurai. Shifu, Kashi, Jinpun, Gecko, Yukikaze, Mekyo Shisui, Hisatsu Gyoten, Hisatsu Shiten, Shoha, Iaijutsu, Mangetsu, Mangetsu, Mekyo Shisui, Hisatsu Gyoten. Oh my god. We're going back to the jelly donut. It sounds so offensive yet so nostalgic at the same time. Wait, what? Why did my armor change? I'll cut you down where you stand, you lecherous lummox. What the Oh, because I changed armors. I didn't realize I stayed on samurai. Well, hey, I'm still a melee DPS, so that still counts. Hyoshu Ryan Ryu. Ryan Ryu. Ryan Ryu. Well, kind of appropriate that I put on samurai. What's going on here? The big bloke yonder allegedly laid his hands on the grizzled fellow's woman. Afraid that this might come to blows. Calm yourself, man. I have not done what she claims. You dare add insult to injury by calling her a liar. Ignore him. I told you that pig defiled me. Cut him down this instant. There is no truth to her words. Wherefore does she spout such rubbish? Kami, give me strength. Cut the bloody brute down already. Yes, not less than your head shall serve as penance for your crimes. Very well. Let my blade prove my innocence. It's her, right? Oh, Rydia, thank you for the 20 bucks. Thank you so much. I am enjoying myself. It's a good day. What? That fucking mustache, though. Was that really necessary? Okay, I like the idea that he's a freaking southern. No matter. I was growing weary of this pretty petty farce. It's time I moved on to bigger and better things. I get that he's probably Doman, but I'm going with this. See, mentioning ninja was relevant. You're right. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, I get what you mean about Hildebrand. I do think it's a little bit... How? How odd. My bow was more out of tune than I realized. I withhold judgment. I think that's hilarious. The level to which it uses that humor drastically changes whether it's full Hildebrand or not, and I get why. Yeah, I'm following. Sweetheart! Is it really you? Oh, thank the Kami you're safe. I found her lying unconscious in a nearby alleyway. She could only vaguely recall being attacked from behind before losing consciousness. So the villain knocked her out before assuming her visage in a ploy to deceive her husband. I fell for the deception like a complete and utter fool. I do not even know how to begin to make amends. There is no amends to be made. He simply acted as any husband would. Due to your involvement, this matter was resolved without bloodshed. Iseki Segumi, thank you. Iseki Segumi. It is regrettable, however, that the villain managed to escape. A criminal who can change their shape at will is exceedingly dangerous. Know that Iseki Segumi will alert the populace to the menace and remain vigilant for any suspicious activity in the city. Let's return to my lodgings. I'd like to go out over where we stand with our elusive quarry. I'm trying not to go into frickin' Vieira, yeah, sexy Sega mummy. Well, wait, no, that was Capcom. I was about to say, if you want sexy Sega mummy, you know, what about, oh, sorry, no, it's not Capcom, it's Konami, right? Castlevania. There's plenty of sexy mummies in Castlevania. So close, just barely missed. I love that gag. That was a good gag. Okay, here's what I have to give them credit on for. So far, like, yeah, it's been a little bit lighter in tone, but it hasn't been quite so absurdist Manderville that I'm expecting the next absurd thing. So actually, that made that joke with the I'll get it. Namazu. Land harder. Still having brain issues. As predicted, the thief has been using the cocoon's power of mimicry to incite conflict around the city. What he hopes to accomplish by doing so, however, is still unclear. As long as he has this power, our sole means of tracking him remains the havoc left in his wake. Tying trail for a hunter, but I'm heartened to have a warrior like you besides me as I tread it. We'll catch him together, and when we do, we'll mete out the justice he deserves, Elio. Also, I have to say, to their credit, these feel pretty meaty. I mean, like, not like obviously that there's not a lot going on in that quest, but like for a meeting talking, it's very quick to, hey, meet the character, hey, go to the thing, throw the vial, next vial, like, and all the cutscenes are pretty, like, actually have some, you know, stuff going on with them. Okie dokie. Okay, guys, are you ready? Can I get a drum roll or emotes or something? Because now is the time. Here is the place. Come out, my glorious, glorious boy. Now is your time. Yeah! Yes! And you do it with him? I'm so happy. I love cactars. And let me move that to my bar because that's the only mount I'm going to be using anymore. 3 cactar mounts down. Add to favorites, add to favorites, add to favorites. Native to the arid wilds of Jacques Tural, this abnormally well-built sabotender resolved to further hone its flesh after meeting its match in an adventure. As part of its rigorous training regime, it willingly and tirelessly carries you to hither and yon. So it literally is the barrel tender that you fight in Tender Valley, and it's riding with you because it wants to get more stronger. Oh, glory be. It is perfection. Oh, God, it's so good. I love him. I love him. The only way to help Mamuk is to understand Mamuk. We won't let Bakul Jaja down. To think that there was such a dark secret behind the blessed siblings, even among the Mammal Jah. I can't imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. Okay, to go back over what we did today, or yesterday, we went into Yakta El. We did the feat of repast, I believe, where we did cooking, the Ibrook people, anyways, where in order to with that we went and learned about the war between the Mammal Jah and the Hrothgar. Well, the Jabral, and about the history there. We came back, we dealt with that, then we came to Mamuk. We were definitely thrown off by, like, no one would talk to us, and we saw Zeralja lose his battle against the Shade of Gulul Jaja, and Bakul Jaja also, we found out about his father and kind of a lot about the context about the context he was raised in, explaining a lot of his behavior and the truth behind the blessed siblings and how they're created, and that only 1 in 100 children born actually survive and are strong enough to basically break out of their shell and live. So effectively 99 other of his brothers and sisters died so that Bakul Jaja could be born and lived, and how that's affected him and weighed on his head. And so we came back here to understand more about the Mammal Jah and to prepare before we actually take on the trial. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milalja. Milalja. Man, we got Milala, we got Mila. Okay, Milalja sounds like what happens when a Lalafell or a Milala and a Mammal Jah like each other very much. Mosh Tural Zuj is an abandoned settlement. Mosh? What? How is should be the X? Should it be a Z sound? Mosh Tural Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly lest Zeralja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us an additional scale, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Time for interspecies romance video 2, Electric Boogaloo. Electrope Boogaloo. Elio, let us retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend us an ear. So for those of you who haven't replayed Dawn Trail so far, and this is your first time like rewatching it, do you have any thoughts about now that we're going through and we're reaching toward the end about this first section? Appreciation, or maybe something works less for you, but now that's not novel. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. A blessed scale in the outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? We would have you meet with us. So Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I am not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Mojuj Turab. Mojuj Turab. Zuj at once. There. Yeah, good to go have you. Okay, I need to write down interspecies video 2, Electrope Boogaloo. Because that's just the name alone is funny. Okay. Or is there anything that you guys noticed this time around that you didn't notice as much before? It is not as bad as I initially thought. It's not the best, but certainly not the worst. Now, what makes you say it's still not that it's what makes it so middling to you still, Voltaire? Because I really do want to talk to this, particularly with people who think it's somewhat middling, because I want to like work through some thoughts about that, or to articulate in countervalence, not to necessarily say you're wrong, but just like, okay, you know. That the skill, if the blessed trust you, then so will I. So what is it that you will require of me? A meeting. Bakul Jaja bid us come to Moju Tural Zuj. A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Bold of you to think I remember going through it the first time with how much I was obsessing over research, observation, theory, crafting, being continuing tech consultant for someone. Yeah. Ah! Sorry. Have you managed to gather some of the good folk? Yep, just as that. Those are things like that. Are, you know how like I was talking about how I still have spasms? Imagine having those, but like constantly. That's where I was at for most of the first half of the year. Things have been getting a lot better, obviously, and you guys, I mostly only stream on days when I'm not having them, but they still slip through time and time again. It's a neurological condition. Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Maj Tural Zuj as well. Luckily, this is just like short bursts. For a while, it was I was bedridden because of them. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery to the west called Gold Magic Grove. Could you go and see what you can talk there? I'll meet you in Maj Tural Zuj afterwards. That's just one more person I will need to find. Thanks for carrying those, guys. Also, powering and leveling picked up in the first like 4 or 5 hours of early access, going live to use it for MSQ. Yeah. Oh, if Boyfriend gets spasm takes sorta, I get it, yeah. More than anything else, I think the middling has more to do with production rather than substance. The voice acting lacked direction this time around. That's so weird. Ryan, I've heard that said by people. Okay. I am sorry if I sound dismissive. I'm just gonna say that. I feel like I hear that repeatedly said, but when I have a hard time people actually giving me a reason for it, because, or like an examples of it, because there are certain cases where inarguably that's true. Like there are specific discernible instances for it, but I just don't. I think you can look at the conversations with Kona and Thancred and Orianji. I think you can look at the conversations with Lukuma after Ihu Itukumu. I think you can look like throughout the majority, or Galul Jaja talking to us. I think like, I just don't know how much that's true for Dawn Trail any more than a majority of other things, or particularly any. I would argue less so than Heaven's Word, having re-listened to all those cutscenes, which are a lot of people just reading their lines. I mean, with, you know, nice. So it's like, it's a weird critique aimed at Dawn Trail when I don't think it's necessarily more true for it than at the very least it was Heaven's Word or Stormblood. Look, I want to rephrase this. The fact that there are a lot of people who have this feeling tells me that there's something there, right? But it just feels like a lot of the times when I hear what people's reasons are, none of them seem to like coalesce into like a satisfactory answer for the degree to which people are not find it middling, if that makes sense. But again, I am working through this as well. So like, this is not me trying to like say like, you're wrong, it's not that. I was more invested in Shadowbringers and Endwalkers in that order. My Warrior Flight had skin in the game and was challenged in what they know and what they thought they knew. Look, Endwalker's my favorite expansion, particularly. I guess I find it weird that particularly with what our role is within and what the stories are within this game, we do have skin in the game. Like, the fate of Tural affects the fate of Eorzea, affects the fate of everything else. We are a champion for the star, not just our home. But on top of that, Tural, if Zeralja rules Tural, we do have skin in the game. It is a problem. You know, but we're also an adventurer. And I also think that Tural is still a situation where there is a threat to it. Well, again, we're talking about the first half to start with. When Tural, this is what I'm about to argue here is a preferential thing, right? But like, I think Dawn Trail's fantastic in that it's not sort of like a full reset, as there are still stakes, but it is like resetting things down, so we're not just doing galactic threat, galactic threat, galactic threat, galactic threat, galactic threat, galactic threat, galactic threat. Like, it just stops meaning anything. Which I'm not saying you're arguing Voltaire, I'm just like, again, I'm taking what you guys are saying and just thinking on it. I guess my question to you is, why are you not invested in Tural? And if the answer is you're just not, it just doesn't, like, why you're not invested in, is it because we're not the lead? Is that because we're mentor? Yeah. I suspect people's issue are more their feelings with the source material, the story, and the scenes, and since those didn't hit for them right, the voice acting seems off by adjacency alone. I think you're probably right, Lynn. Not to put words in your mouth, Ryan, or to say like that, but like I suspect my impression is that you're right. This mystery of much of the first chapter is most definitely going to be a new, larger story arc. It frankly doesn't need to be on the same level as Shadowbringers Endwork. I would argue not only does it not need to be on the same threat level, it needs to not be. I would argue that Dawn Trail has to reset things. And arguably, I would say, to an extent, it actually pushes a little too far into having a threat. Also, we have a lot of extra time today, so I may take a little more time to discuss these things. And also, again, I want to be thinking about Dawn Trail, so I'm very interested in these discussions with you guys. Particularly, it's easy for me to sit here and be like, why do I like Dawn Trail? Oh, well, I'm just... But like, you know, but yeah. Besides, if you want to see what a weak Final Fantasy MMO expansion looks like, look up Wings of the Goddess. It's funny, I haven't played 11 much, and but I've read all of it. It's funny because in isolation, I don't know if Wings of the Goddess, like reading about Wings of the Goddess, it seems very interesting. I don't know what its execution is like in the playing, other than having watched a few of the cutscenes, like the battle with Lilith. But some of its ideas seem interesting. You're right about Zeralja would have been a threat if he had won. Yeah, like, okay, yeah. I guess the thing is that with the first half, the threat is still clear and present, and also the story up to this point, whether it's Heavensward and we're trying to end the Dragonsong War and get these people to get Dragon and Man and Eorzean to work together, is our goal. Stormblood is about ending the war, but it's freeing the people of Alamigo and freeing the people of Doma, and also getting them to work together to fight against a unified front against a shared foe. Shadowbringers is about getting the people of the First Hope and fighting back against a force, so that we're fighting against the despair of somewhere like Yulmore and the apathy of Yulmore. And trying to reunite the peoples of Yulmore and the Crystarium is part of the main thing. Endwalker is all about uniting the peoples, and also you look at what the story is with Garlemald. Getting people to work together for a better and brighter future is, I would argue, the most present theme in 14, if not at least one of the most. So to me, the first half of Dawn Trail, and the second half too, by extension, but the first half of Dawn Trail is absolutely in line with the thematic beating heart of what all of the MSQ is about. Not singularly, because it's never singularly, but like, and so to continue that, but also to not make it the Warrior of Light is the one person who can unite everyone, but instead is a champion and mentor for helping other people foster themselves to create a unified front, so that even when we are gone, or when we go off to next adventure, those peoples are still connected by their own right, is, I think, a good step forward from where we were in prior expansions, where we are having to be the primary champion. Yeah. I mean, Dawn Trail is still about balance of world power when you get down to it. Yeah. I mean, I would argue it's like one of the strongest things it's about. Yeah. And it's with the leadership of Tural and Pax. Yeah. Which is why spending the first half focusing on what the leadership for Tuliolal means is so important. Yeah. I actually enjoy mentoring Wuklamat to become her own woman of conviction, but I kid you not, many times I fell asleep running on auto through Pelu Land because the story was not grabbing me. Okay. So when you say Pelu Lands, are you talking about specifically the first half of Urkopacha? Because I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, the early half of Kozumauka and Urkopacha are slower, but I mean, they are relatively fast, and the thing is that they are of fundamental import to establish the peoples, rather than instead just being like, yes, there are peoples and they're vibrant, and they're just saying, like, just saying, yeah, there are peoples and they're vibrant is all well and good, and just skipping to the juicy parts, I think, is a bad way to go. But at the same time, I think to your point, what you're trying to say is that the intrigue, so to your point, right, in Shadowbringers, The first is a new world, you know nothing about it. I'd argue that's true of Tural and Yaktural and Kuzumako, but let's set that aside. There's the mystery of what is going on with the Crystal Exarch and all these things, and you want to know more about it, and you're going out to find Alice and Alfino, your friends who have you not seen in a long time, right? And plus, what happens in Amarang is so severe and so heart-wrenching. And then you're finding out about Yulmore and all of that, and these interesting places with Calusia. In Endwalker, you have the mystery of what is going on with the Charlean Council and what is going on in Labyrinthos. And then you also have maybe less of a mystery, but you do have some interesting things being divulged in what's going on in Thavner. At least, yeah, I'd say Thavner has less of the mystery going on, but you at least have the tower, right? You have the tower and the alchemy and those stuff. So by that logic, we then step into Kozumoka and Urkopacha, in which the lingering mysteries resolve mainly around where's the golden, what's in the Golden City, what's going on what's with Kryl. But that stuff is placed in the back end that we know we're not going to have answers for that undealt out to us until we get to the end of this race, and these are only the first steps. So I can understand why those could be, could be more boring. I guess for me, I don't argue that point. What I would counter with is that in this story, at least in the first half of the story, and actually in both halves of the story, the people are the point. And while that doesn't necessarily mean like, so you should just care. Well, you're supposed to care, so you should just care. It is like, I think, right of them to be emphasizing that rather than to be overemphasizing the mystery. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I wouldn't say Lamo, the voice acting and AR level, but a lot of the voice acting conversation feels a bit wooden or lacking feeling at the same time until the second half. Yeah, I believe you, Ryan. I mean, like, what? I'm not gonna argue how you feel about it. I guess I just don't hear it. But yeah, I mean, I hear you. I can see how people are gonna go on a casual surface kind of level experience. Not saying that's bad. Might bounce off Kozumoka because it's like, oh, just Vanu again. I've seen this before. Yeah, I feel like I have a better sense in talking about this, that the lack of a fundamental mystery, well, there is a fundamental mystery, but the lack of that fundamental mysteries tie to the immediate events of Kozumoka Part 1 and Urkopacha Part 1 could be less interesting. I guess what I would say is, in the same way that A Realm Reborn does so much to make a 3.0 and 4.0 amazing by focusing on people in the first place, and the people of Eorzean, the people of Ishgard and Alamigo, Dawn Trail is simultaneously having to be an expansion and also A Realm Reborn 2, right? Now, I mean, just because you say, well, it's doing the groundwork for future expansion, so it's fine, that's not justification for it still not being entertaining or interesting, right? Yeah. I guess to me, especially in going back again, the subtleties in furthering the Kona and Zeralja, and the bits that you get about them and what they enhance, carry me through. And the curiosity about Wuklamat, the curiosity about finding out about these peoples, how are the Hanu different? What are the Pelu like? These are questions that I'm curious to understand and know about. So those alone fascinate me. Yeah. The second half has its own problems, specifically with Erenville, but I noticed it improved overall. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the second half starting tomorrow. Also, the Golden City is a bit of the One Piece is very important, but we don't really talk about it yet thing. Would get worn out pretty quick for some people, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Golden City is only important really when we're coming into it now, other than being slightly teased a little bit throughout. Here's what I would point. Here's what I would point out, and one distinct character, one difference is that, and I think it's undervalued, is that they are actually doing maybe too good a job at underplaying how they are building up the Golden City. And a good example being that they are constantly in every map talking about the Yokui. And they're talking about the Yokui and how they ruled and what happened 1,000 years ago. And you're getting little bits of pieces and hints towards like, what was going on with them? Why did they know about the Golden City? Why, like, so they are teasing you with it, right? But can I postulate a question, Voltaire? Were you much more engaged and interested in Urkopacha Part 2, not because of Valley Garmonda, but because of finding out more about the Yokui and when their visions of the Golden City? Did that captivate you more? Also, I'm gonna keep going for a second. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gather. Also, if you're watching this after the fact, please do comment if you have any thoughts about Tural, whether positive or negative. I only ask that if it's negative, at least be thoughtful. I'm not asking you to be positive. I'm just asking you to be thoughtful. I shall away to Moshu Tural, Zuj at once. I am not in desperate need of people to agree with me in terms of positivity. I am just in desperate need of thoughtful critique. That is all. Yeah. Confession time. I was kind of on the fence with the quality of Dawn Trail when I was doing MSQ, sure. Until the moment that is fast approaching for you right now. Okay. Yeah, let me know what the exact moment was that, like, got you sold. The vision part totally got me. The fish line was really. Okay. So everything around the Golden City, all that, you know, all that juicy mystery gets you. The problem is when it's just divulging, when it's just showing you peoples and places alone, that's not enough to grip you. Would that be fair? When the setting is the primary focus and not the plot, which I think is a silly thing to say because the people and establishing the people and going through the trials is the plot, is part of the plot, and the whole point for Wuklamat to meet these people and engage with these people, and they do a good job integrating those. But you get my point, right? Now that I think on it, why would Bakur Jaja grant you his scale? What a curious place to gather. Whatever Bakur Jaja requires of me, I shall happily provide. I want to do, like, I don't know if a review or what, but I want to do some kind of video on my thoughts on Dawn Trail, and honestly, the other expansions at some point. I don't know when the frick I'll get to that, though. Future days. That's a future LEO issue. Where is Wuklamat? Okay. You can't... This is one place I'm frustrated with the game as a whole. You can't have a scene this important and, like, create it like this and not have voice... I have to imagine there was something going on with scheduling or something, because it's just crazy to me some of the scenes that are not voice acted. Where is Wuklamat? She's not with you? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Lamashi, need I remind you that this rite is a competition. Whatever advantage you are about to share with me, you ought to utilize it to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamuk has a problem, and I can't solve it on my own. And you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such a short notice. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Promise, I thought you served Bakur Jaja. You deceived us. No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrust them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wuklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Baku Shasha shared with me the truth about the blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. An outsider to your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experience of its peoples, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break this cycle of the tragedy that creating blessed sibling demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pains. Together, we may find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew me, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence.
Luna, good to go to have you.
Let's keep an eye out for Zerilja. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. Horizon.
V, if you're around, could you pass me a Dr. Pepper?
Even Baku Jaja trusts the dear's promise. I don't know if I am comfortable discussing this with her. I am sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behavior. An end of blessed siblings? Belief in blessed siblings and the salvation that they would bring has sustained me for years and years. But if there is another way, if the third promise can truly help us, I don't know what to think or how to feel about this.
Okay, what'd you get? I think everyone Hook was different, some earlier, some later. That's been kind of true of all expansions. Yep. I think, but maybe it stands out more in Dawntrail because context, new story, chapter, art. Yeah, there's definitely some truth to that for sure. Yeah, I think it was a case of ARR brain. Everything is new. We have very little being sent from previous expansions. It was time to learn again. Actually, the voice acting could be a result of the VA schedule being split between recording for Dawntrail and recording for 14 Mobile. You know what's funny, Lil? I can't tell if you're joking or not. It'll be interesting to see if we get if they do re-record, if that is somewhat true. Presumably not, though, because presumably they're gonna have to re-record Y'shtola, and those audio issues would still be present. After a solo duty with Walk of Lament spanning her limit break 3, I got a bug that made a picture of several pots stuck on my screen. At first I was confused, but after some time I learned who are inside them. Yeah. Besides issues with pacing and not a great job building up Zeralja and Bakul Jaja, I really enjoyed the first half of Dawntrail. The world building is great, but it does give off the same vibe as a side quest. I will say, so far, I think Zeralja could have absolutely used a little bit more building up. I think that's absolutely fair. I think the back half does not. The back half is paying off too much for the little that is set up. I would argue, I would go to bat that I actually think Bakul Jaja is properly set up. The difficulty is that Bakul Jaja is only properly set up if you are paying close attention to the exact language he uses throughout the first half. If you don't, the transition from Bakul Jaja that we've faced up to the Bakul Jaja we're with now just seems abrupt. Because that's how I felt when I first played Dawntrail. I feel on a replay, the information to understand all of this makes sense in the specificity of his language. Now you could argue that, okay, well, it's all well and good to understand the specificity, but if you can't understand that the first time through and you need to play it a second time to fully get to appreciate that, then
maybe that's a failure to set him up. So that's also a fair point. Let me be right back. I'm gonna need a drink. Okay. It's not even just that you have to be paying close attention. You need to kind of basically memorize so that you get towards this part. It actually clicks. I mean, I don't know what his exact wording is. I just found that paying attention the second time was enough. But maybe you're right. Now we come to the heart of it. Everyone looks uneasy, but their faith in Bukul Jaja guides them even now. Uglamat risks her standing in the right to attend to their people's needs. There's a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Bukul Jaja. I am glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Also, this part here may be very relevant, you know? I think people hang on that freed Valley Garmonda stuff too much, realizing incredibly powerful murderous godlike animals happens to the best of us. Gotta excuse the guy. Yeah, no, look, what he did with Valley Garmonda is pretty heinous, absolutely fair. All I'm trying to articulate is that I think there is more success in the execution, even if the execution still does not reach the heights it needs to. I would also say that I don't think he's forgiven for Valley Garmonda. I think the story intentionally points out, that you, as a warrior of light, have two dialogue options, which is he still needs to make amends, or do you trust him? Because either way, it is framing it, in my opinion, that the warrior of light is very circumspect about him still, and that you remain with more judgment, and that it is Wuklamat that is in part saying, no, I am going to be the one to give the first, to stretch out the hand, right? It's not the warrior of light saying, yeah, just forgive him, everything's good, everything's fine, or that he isn't framed as someone who needs to continue to work to make amends throughout his journey. But it is Wuklamat. The point about Wuklamat is, as a leader, she is trying. Look, a good example. I think it's pretty easy to say that for a lot of us, we absolutely are going to judge what the Mamelja are willing to do, right? Or not, maybe most of them. Many people will be like, no, it is right and proper to judge them for what they have done to create blessed siblings. I think what is important and what is understood with Wuklamat is by saying it's not my place to judge you, is she's saying, I do not agree with this, but your context is what drove you to this, and if we want to change things, if we want a better world, I need to not stand and focus on judging you for that, and I instead need to figure out how we make a path so that you do not need to commit these things. And how, look, almost every culture also that's ever gone to war throughout history, I would say every culture that has ever gone to war throughout history, all of the ones who managed to make peace had to forgive things that maybe, or at the very least let things go that were unforgivable. Often atrocities are committed that, you know, like that can't be forgiven, that can't be let go of, right? And that's not to say like, oh, hey, if atrocities are committed, you should just let it go so there can be peace. That's not how that works. But also at the same time, if she stood here and just judged them and yelled at them for what they did, it wouldn't help anything, right? You know? At least he didn't fuse people in the groups of three into horrible monstrosities. Look. I have opinions about Bosnia. I have opinions. Again, my problem with Mitsuja mainly revolves not around all of her actions, but of her absolute lack of unrepentance. She is unrepenting in everything she does and gleeful in it. That is my problem with Mitsuja. That is a whole conversation. I agree that his reasoning for doing what he does seems clear when paying closer attention, but I feel I don't understand where his sudden and complete change of heart builds up from. Also, his father's change is even more sudden and less elaborated on. Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit. What I would point out with Bukul Jaja, there's specific lines that make me, I think, understand him a bit more, which is that I think the thing is he was always, to some extent, a sweetheart. Remember what his mom says, you always came to cry here even when you were little, right? The implication to me is that almost all of Bukul Jaja's almost all of what we see of the bravado and evilness is just coming from his father. And that the two heads are, I don't want to say, oh, they're good people, it's just his father and it's not his responsibility. It still is. But I think that there is, if you look for it, a clear heart of someone beneath that is the person who would do this when given the chance, and is instead being driven by the horrors that were done for him. Now, I will say, the way he's written is about 10% too mustache twirly at the beginning, and about 10% too soft after the flip. And that makes it so that it's harder to get to the split point, right? All I mean to say is that I think I am more forgiving a second time through, for sure. Yeah. Also, I understood what they were going for with switch up to Kulja, as abrupt as it was. It's something I've seen before where the character is presented as tough bad guy that holds a terrible weight. Yeah. He is hiding his terror through the tough guy act. Yeah. I think to Luna's point, Ryan, I agree with you. I think to Luna's point, there could have been at least one extra scene earlier that did more to communicate that, because once we get to Yakta El, there are scenes that are communicating that. But one extra scene in like after Ihui Katumu or something like that just like a little bit that showed a bit more of that would have gone a long way. Yeah. Speaking of atrocities, join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Thank you, Infinite. Okay. These are good discussions. Thanks for talking about it with me, guys. I'm sure the back half is we're going to have a lot of conversations to be had. All right, Elio, before we start, let's make sure we are remembering our history correct. The Mamoja and Jabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamoja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Buniwa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn what they really why they rely on blessed siblings. I think there was another point. Yeah. I think it gives off the same vibes as a side quest. Yeah. I think the level, it's always going to be hard, the amount of information expressed via MSQ versus side quests, because you can't presume people have information from side quests as they are supposed to be optional. But at the same time, so you have to put some stuff in the MSQ. But if you put too much world building in the MSQ, you lose the people. But to be fair, I think part of the reason that people like Shadowbringers is that it does a lot of world building while also keeping the intrigue high. I would point out, though, that actually Shadowbringers in some ways does a lot about establishing world state, but very little about establishing world information, relatively speaking. You know? Yeah, I can agree. I just wish it's shown better. Yeah, I think a conversation where he confronts his father would have worked. Sure. Totally. I mean, you see him on the map, seeing all the map analysis I've done. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Less siblings promise us more strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tural, most our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating, enough to keep the many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where he might make a place for Mamoja to abide in the peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. This land was once rich with ore, but the Okui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would have made me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place I was born. That is impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have a good prospect for trades. Those who have only known open skies and bountiful lands cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that, we need the might of the blessed siblings. One of the things I really love, I'm sure plenty of you guys knows it, the amount that Garlemald keeps being analogized or brought up to a lot of the stuff going on in Tural is awesome. And it's awesome because Garlemald is going to come back into the plot at some point, whether it be in 8.0 or 9.0. And all of this stuff that's being done in Tural and all the stuff that was established in 6.x is going to be... Lynn, good to see, glad to have you. To thrive. Oh, wait. There have to be other ways to thrive. Ways that don't require fighting. As you'll have noticed, the forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, though it feels like it is always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet the crops shrivel and die as though accursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, a Jatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries, and see how you like it.
These motherfuckers got some potassium poisoning.
A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. But I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspectives, but all their concerns were about the forest. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that the people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it from them than the blessed siblings? It's hard to convince the people to stay in a place that can't provide when they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not? Hold on. Didn't Unveiling mention something about the meteorite? That the aether they emit makes the plants grow blue. A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we study these meteorites, we might discover other ways to influence the local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of trees and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I'd really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate further, so please, bear with us. We'll be right back.
It's the don't worry about the loud one, worry about the quiet, reserved one dynamic they were going for, referring to the cool Jaja and Zeralja, respectively. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta take a milkshake. I love you, and you're gonna stay on my thing because you're going to forever be an important mount to me. But there is only one mount I need right now. Let's fucking go! Look how big he is! Oh, man. I'll one-hit KO that fate. Da-chonker. Da-chonker, indeed. Yeah, except Zeralja practically screams the quiet part out loud constantly, to the point that Kryle can literally feel his quiet part out loud. If he had a mustache to twirl, I'd bet it'd be a cape. Congrats on being free from the grind. Yeah, I'm free from this grind now. I just have to finish my I took a break from the diadem grind to get this boy. And now I gotta get back on my diadem grind. I'm getting close. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with the insights we need. At first glance, this forest seems to have a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. I had known that Yaktaela was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. Is this the... No, that's the Sinojujun. Where is that? Yeah, the Tree of Living Light's behind me. I've mustache Zeralja, and this is so incredibly... It's quick. Someone tell Tail to draw a mustache Zeralja.
It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emission are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing the theory of mine. I suspect that the only plants with the etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorites before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kryle could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. Ah, I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like the blessed siblings are the only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments around the ground already. It should be enough for our purpose. We gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Remember the scene from the Disney adaptation of Hunchback of Notre Dame when the guy is free from the cage and then falls into the stocks? That's how I picture you going to the back of the diadem grind after doing script grind. Yeah. I'm about 300 over 3. I'm about 3/5 of the way done with mining. I'm about 1/5 of the way done with botany. I'm done with a couple of the crafters. I think I'm about 2/5 done with fishing. For those who don't know, you need 500,000 points in each gatherer and each crafter in order to get the pterodactyl mount. It's a ridiculous grind. But I want it done so I can never have to think about it again. The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's all do what we can. It makes me think then, man, what is 8.0 even gonna be? Are we going to Mericidia? Are we going to a reflection? With the key's existence, I have questions. I should have brought better tools. Too big for our purposes, but a shard of it might do. Erenville, if you would. I love that they basically put fireflies in. They don't quite look like him, but it... The only thing I would have loved if it's more of the, Chitika Heartlands had like branches coming off trees that you could walk along. That's the one thing one of the things I feel like I'm missing. Are we going to Mericidia? Are we going to other reflections? Yes. The answer is yes, yeah. I feel like it's almost like what I would expect, but I have to say, I got this feeling in my bones that 8.0 being Mericidia and Ilsabard would just make a lot of sense. But I don't know. So the reason the tree grows so big is because of the meteorite's energies. As mentioned before, the density of Pyrefly is also higher. Yeah, when we cross over there, I'm going to go look at it. Honestly, I wonder how they achieve Pyreflies in 10. I wonder if they're just like a literal PNG. I mean, no, because the shimmer must be transparent. Huh. Maybe they're just a volumetric lighting effect. There's no pre-rendered stuff in Final Fantasy XI, right? There is. I only asked because I think Final Fantasy X is the last time they have any pre-rendered stuff, right? Because there are some pre-rendered backgrounds, and then there are also some places like the Monster Arena where there's some pre-rendered stuff. Oh, there it is. There's just a very small model with attacks. Okay, FX attached to it. That makes sense. Do you forget there was one of the biggest dimensional gates in the history of Atheris? The literally dragon-sized one? Yeah. We go to Mericidia, equivalent of another reflection. Oh, see, now there's an idea. We go to another reflection and we go to their Mericidia and our Mericidia. Or we also go to like their Ilsabard and our Ilsabard. That's interesting. It's like you've got like 3 maps in Mericidia and 3 maps in their Mericidia. That'd be cool. I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. It's a very small model, yeah. Elio's saying we'll go to Mericidia next expansion. What year is it? Look, you're gonna see like when 8.0 is like we go out into the sea of stars and don't do a reflection or Mericidia, you're gonna hear me catch and go like, oh yeah, 9.0 will be Mericidia. All I'm saying is there's so many threads set up for Mericidia. There's so many threads set up for it and for Ilsabard. This also makes me wonder who will be writing 8.0. Because the lead writer for this, I believe, I don't know who their name is, but they were the writer for Star Wars of Whirlwind, if I'm not mistaken. Ishikawa was an overseer. I'm trying to remember. I forget what the exact role everyone had was. I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. I wonder if Ishikawa will stay kind of like an overseer position, or if she'll write 8.0 or something. Elio just reposted your old Y Mericidia video, but badly edited out all the references to 7.0. Yeah, you just like have me cut in like, and we're going here for 8.0. There were like 3 writers. Were there 3 lead writers though, Nevik? Because that would be, I only think there's been one time that there's been 2 lead writers. And I think that was Stormblood, if I'm not mistaken. Because like, for instance, there was a lead writer for Stormblood, but Ishikawa was 1 lead, 2 subs. Okay, do we know their names? Do we know who was in what roles? I was going to say, to be fair, they've been indicating we're going to Mare City for quite a while now, but it seems like they wanted to be part of a new story direction if they put it off until after Dawn Trail. Yeah. Did you find the fragments? Much obliged. Alfino, Kra, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I will tell my sister to await our arrival at Moj Tural Zuj, so go and meet her there. You'll return with our results as soon as possible. Listen, Lynn, the broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah. That's why we're getting Geomancer in 8.0. I don't think we're ever going to get Geomancer. I think like, not in a literal sense, but aspects of what I was describing for Geomancer were already appropriated for Pictomancer, frankly. And so I just don't think there's enough left to put into a unique Geomancer class. I think the Astrologian stuff is the all we'll ever get with that. That said, I could also imagine if our ranged DPS was something like Chemist, certain ideas could be taken from input in there. Necromancer. God damn it. Y'all out here making fun of me with Necromancer. Lead story designer Daichi Hiroi. I'm pretty sure Daichi was the one who did Hiroi was the one who did Stars of Orla. I'm like 99% sure because that name rings a bell. Lil, why must you torture Elio like this? Oh, sorry, no, lead designer. No, maybe I'm wrong. Because main scenario writers Tomohiro Kawasaki and Megumi Onozuka, and then lead story designer was Daichi Hiroi. Okay. There were two main scenario writers, though. Interesting. I wonder if they did split up. That's interesting. That's very interesting. It also makes sense, though, if they're trying to onboard and be able to give new expansions to different writers, having two of them work together to cohesively make one expansion. I guess actually does make sense, even if, yeah. Let's look up some of those names. Also, how's stream health, by the way? I keep getting these notifications that something's wrong, but I don't think there is anything wrong. Homo Hero. Let's not throw ourselves into the cenote, my good boy. Shitposting aside, Necromancer gets added 100%. It'll be a limited job to be fair, but it won't be a third one, maybe fourth. I mean, I'll be honestly kind of surprised if we do get a fourth limited job. A third one I could kind of believe, but maybe I'm wrong. Tomohiro Kawasaki has written for. According to this, the only thing that they've got additional crew. They were a quest designer for Shadowbringers, and then beyond this, they've done Final Fantasy Dawn Trail and Nurse Love Obsession, Nurse Love Addiction, and Nurse Love Syndrome. They did the script for those in 2011, 2015, and 2020. I'm assuming that this is also wrong and that they actually have more credits because a lot of times writers for like Square don't have all their credits on IMDb and other places. Daichi Hiro was credited for patch 4.2 in collaboration with others, 4.4, 5.1, and 5.5, Shadows of Mach, Pandemonium, Tataru's Grand Endeavor, Bard's Quest, Black Mage Quest, Dancer's Quest, 5.0 Magic, Range GPS, Palace of the Dead. So Daichi has been on the team for a long time. Ishikawa said that one of them wrote Whirlet and the Four Lords Trial series, and the other did the Shadowbringers tribal quests. Since Hirohi was present at FanFest and Ishikawa said the writers she was talking about weren't there, that's definitely Kawasaki and Onozuka. I don't know which one worked on which bits, especially since the earliest credits I can find on both of 14 are dated and Shadowbringers and not Stormblood. Okay. Cool. So Daichi Hiroi is not the one who did Whirlet, but also I know their name. I know, yeah, interesting. You're very confident we'll get 4 limited jobs? What's that based on? I'm assuming there's something either in the files or just... Hard to draw. I had to drop to 420B stop buffering, but that's YouTube, not you. Okay. Stream is good. Stream's fine. Sweet. Not having a problem except for my signal. Bummer. I think I've fallen on the camp of only being 90% sure why they won't do Necro. And if they do, they'll have to do a lot of heavy lifting to justify in the lore. Look. To be very, very clear, something Necro adjacent. I'm not as against. What I am against is necromancer, as is typically expressed in other Final Fantasy games and other games. Necromancer as a concept does not work in Final Fantasy XIV. Just on a load of levels. What does work is similar. I mean, to be fair, Reaper is necromancer adjacent. You are invoking the spirit of an arcane, of a non-arcane entity that is in order to serve you in a pact, right? Reaper is the closest you will get. I can imagine something in that vein, you know. They don't do Puppet Master now that they're doing Beastmaster, too similar. Yeah, I totally agree with that. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about Charlene's devices of his, but if they can be a help of the Momok, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Elio. I can feel it. Yeah, they definitely won't do Puppet Master now that they're getting Beastmaster, and also because there's literally there's a Puppet Master in the role quests. Have we ever gotten something that was one-to-one a thing before it came out? The one example I can, not one-to-one, the closest example I can think of is Ranjit, obviously predecessor to Reaper. I'm not counting Yugiri because they knew Ninja was coming, were ready to release it. Pictomancer, no. Yeah, let's rock those. Pictomancer, no. Viper, no. Sage, no. Reaper, no. Closest you get. Reaper, Ranjit is the one thing. Gunbreaker, no. Dancer, kind of, in a loose sense. There was lore for the Dancer and stuff, so the Dancer a little bit. But not as it wasn't as the Thadnarian Dancer as a combat job wasn't really an established thing. There was some prior existing lore. Samurai, there's not an allusion to a character ahead of time. There's knowledge of their existence. The Red Mage, no. Dark Knight, Astrologian, and Machinist. You got Musketeer, but that's different because they basically reused an old thing to make a new thing. Yeah. Literally Ada Black Blossom I don't think we'll get, no. Yeah. They won't do Puppet Master because they're doing Beastmaster. Yeah, Necromancer, but you can only raise the corpse of previous bearers of a Zem soul because those are technically your bodies. Yeah. Assuming Beastmaster is going to be a melee, I think they're going to be one last limited job for Fizz range. Oh, that's an interesting posit. What is a... Okay, here, I want this pitch from you guys. What the heck would a healer limited job be? Is that like chemist? Do you go around collecting all sorts of different ingredients? Like, what is this? I'm sure Zuriaja would have choice words for us if he knew that what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I cannot ignore their plight. If I am to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, but Jaja not least of all. Anyways, I am not sure Kona and the others will be back with their reports soon. I'm sure. Geomancer. Very good, nothing. It'd be Chemist. Okay, so we're all in the Chemist thing for... Chemist is a limited job. I will say, I've been super on Chemist as Fizz ranged, next Fizz range, but Chemist as a limited job, I could definitely get behind. Mix would be amazing. Please tell me this is at least voiced. God damn it. Okay, here's the thing that makes me... Usually they don't go as ham with the sound effects if it's a cutscene. This was meant to be voiced. I refuse to believe this wasn't meant to be voiced. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Everyone is assembled. In the light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I am pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights, and I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes of you that you place in the blessed siblings, and why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards the forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops in all respects, have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home? That's your understandable desire for a new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forests uniquely valuable. That is the soul. That is the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple.
Across the salt is a place called Charlene. There is a peerless collection of flora samples from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzean acquired the Popito and Tomato from Tural, so too might Mamuk benefit from this foreign crop. I also love this. It's such a good way of like reciprocal sharing. Like we guarded the, we were cursed with the horror that is Lalafels. I mean Popitos. And we're giving them back also something that can help. I love it. It's so good.
You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here?
Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agriculture options should increase markedly.
With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Less siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice. We cannot change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that cannot be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there is another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Elio?
Oh, these are good. These are all good. Oh, which one do I want to pick? I kind of like this one because this is hearkening onto Hydaelyn. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness, and even save the star. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the defeated Brotherhood, and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zrirja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Companion,
even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. And it is a simple choice.
I love Kona. I love Kona because he has the wisdom to see what's right.
We are counting on you, Uklamat.
Yeah, I think chemist. Healers are already a limited job. Also, you can explain that I never get them in roulette. I guess a healer limited job doesn't really make sense, right? Because you need to be able to solo and like do damage and stuff. So I think all of them are some level of DPS. Like, I will bet you Beastmasters to some extent may even technically be more akin to a tank in some respects, but will still need to be DPS. It'd be like a combination of tank and melee DPS. It depends if they're going Warlock or if they're going Channeler, right? Like if they're channeling the energies of the creatures, or if they're like basically doing what the role quest people are doing with the Tural totems. If they're using those, that's one way. But if they're more like a Warlock where they have a pet, that's gonna be another. Also, oh my god, I just realized a bunch of people are just gonna be, if you can have them out like a pet, a bunch of people out in the open world are just gonna be on Beastmaster all the time just so they can run around with their boy.
Wuklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples were so feverishly collected for the Exodus. Would find no new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zeralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits.
His reign limited job is a bit of a harder sell, but I do believe it's coming eventually. Order would be an interesting to implement as a limited job. What would that even mean, Ryan? That'd be fun, picking up different ingredients that you try out to find different corners from different enemies. See, Deathberry, I think Chemist is a limited job. I definitely want Chemist either as a Fizz Ranger or as a limited job. I mean, I'd take it as a healer too, but I just think Chemist as a healer. I mean, what are you doing? Throwing potions at your allies? Like, what's going on here? Yeah, Fizz Range limited job is a bit of hard sell. If somebody says, but melee healers already is in this game, I swear to God. As a healer who only has a point blank AoE, yeah, melee healer is already a thing. Art of War makes me irrational. At least in an instant to cast, you can run around slamming your ground while screaming the name of the spell out loud. Optionally with a Sabaton. The end of ancient culture. Oh wait, we're not in Kugane. Sorry, I like Shirayama. I don't know its lyrics very well, but first option is relative to people. What is it also with all the Lalafell players I know loving Sabaton? What is going on there? First option is relevant to the people you're talking about, I'd argue. Yeah. Orator would also be a good way to flesh out world building by making you talk to NPCs as a build towards more different attacks. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. Instead of doing that, you make it so that Blitzball is in the game and that you can collect different NPCs from around the world to play with you. Just like in Final Fantasy X. That's my thought. How about we do that? That'd be really fun. I'm just saying. War crimes and death metal. I guess that does fit the Lalafell aesthetic. Compared to other options, it's hard to beat gravity spam or literal light nuke. Art of War being instant actually lowers its scaling coefficient, so it's weaker than it should be. Oh, that's crazy. As a standard recast on a shortened one. I want to bet Beastmaster could use fending gear at the very least, essentially to be a tank while the summoned beast would be DPSing. Yeah, something like that. Exactly, Danny. Yeah. Listen, Nim is the nation that would have been into Sabaton and it entirely made of Lalafell. I can offer more support I can offer moral support at best. For what it's worth, good luck. The real Jaw's intentions was for this feat to prove the supremacy of blessed siblings, but Wulgamat shall instead prove that there are other ways for Mamut's power to empower themselves. Where did Kona go? Have you seen him? This feat may bring us closer to the Golden City, but for now we must stand strong for the people of Mamuk. Someone has got to fetch Zerielja. He should be here soon. Okay, guys, you ready for this shit? Let's go. What time are we at? Oh, we're almost at 5, so we're making good time in terms of filling today. I would start getting the people together for the dungeon. It's not too far away.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Oh wow, you guys are ahead of me.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are. Each and every one of us.
Oh.
But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe. Even Vali Yarmanda.
They do such a good job of making her a leader of, learning to be a leader of a coalition. I love it. Not just one people's, it's people's united.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja.
She has to have art.
Finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
She has ardent faith in that
Fine by
stance.
me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her. Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case...
Man, Kona's rad. So good.
It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might.
Oh shit.
Ulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Yeah, well, you can't envision that he would be doing anything else than scheming, right? You can't imagine that instead it's just love and faith.
Everyone ready?
Yeah, agreed, Lynn. Have a good one, Deathberry. It's such a great beat, and they build to it. Like, they develop Kona's character and
No
also...
hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
They earn Kona having that moment rather than just doing that moment.
keys to our resolve.
And the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blaze sundered Maligarmanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Man, I kind of almost wish this was some kind of trial just because it's a good fucking duty. I wish we had some more trials that almost didn't require like active teamwork in some ways. It's like 8 people fighting one monster, but like in disconnected concert. That would be kind of cool. Probably can't do that too much though, because it kind of defeats the point.
Take that!
It's also, having played this on tank, it's so clear how these fights were designed for Viper.
Never hungry for battle.
Go forth. Oh, barren bastard.
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
For Lavachi!
Fucking rad.
Together, we shall triumph.
Oh, I forgot you don't get the upgraded form of fate till later. Oh boy.
You're not alone.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
it.
Resolve the recent Kindle.
By gruesome wrath be sundered.
Oh shit. Is that in the game as like a Dark Knight sword? by any
Everyone, get
chance?
behind me. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servant. For Tuleyolok.
Yeah, there's a countdown. You can't do anything but trust. Lamont, that is rad. Booyah. This would be the softened rage, yeah. That's a good duty.
That's my old man for you.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn?
Get
Even
to
for
grab.
you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be.
Oh, they had him say Arugadin instead of Rogadin.
Tanqua! It's been too long.
He is very handsome.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
It's weird. It's almost like Kenton Ram is half here.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker, Galul Jaja, insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
Aw, shit.
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
How did you not put this together, Booglebot?
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
For uniting her people. Oh, see, I love the Warrior of Light steps forward. That's great. That's
We are not minions, we are friends, and she has united her people.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
I do.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you need to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
I'm not crazy, right? Zrilja is Kona's voice actor. Blueberry.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk-Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
No.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuk-Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the city of gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Kona and Gerfurler the Menacing have the same VA. Do they? That's hilarious. Night, Infinite. I know you gotta go work. Yep. Time to sleep o'clock. Before I go to bed with laying in bed, time to do the one thing with those worth feeling. Yeah. Also, I'll try to remember that. You go to bed, okay, at 5 p.m. my time. It's wild that Conan and Gerfurler have the same VA. That's, yeah, gonna In a way, Gerfurler the menacing, like that all the time now. Imagine the Ivan Reltman voice effect of the all caps. See, the way I do with that is Zorgor the Boundless. Aaronville running Glula Jaja Shade EX akin to how they made Memoriam Azaria one. Yeah, I did all of Dawn Trail's a Gunbreaker. Nice. Two minds think alike. Hope Thancred wasn't too jealous. It fit that Nathan Drake lamb I was using. Also, I love that one gun Guble. I think it was 92 or 93. One guy who looks like a machinist with the woodwork on it. Yeah. Lamachi using Limit Break 3. I love that there's a countdown. You can't do anything but trust her. Yeah. Isn't that just a dark sword from Ifrit but glowing orange? Is it really? That's funny. Would the shipping name for her in Graha be Lamatia? Ifrit dark weapon. Okay. Damn it, Dez. God damn it, Dez. This was the X. Handsome Roganin, weirdly handsome Roganin. Dude got de-aging cream of something. He has to be at least 100 years old. So it's insane. Like, at absolute minimum, he's 100 years old. And he looks better than I do. He is the meme, yeah. A Rugadin. So for those who don't know, when Rogadin was created, it's supposed to be Rugadin. Like, that, literally, they said it. Koji, for years, was trying to get people to change it. People have been trying to say trying to get them to do Rugadin for forever, but the community hardcore has always gone with Rogadin. He must be really old now. The expedition was like how many? 80 years ago, didn't he? So it's been he's at least 100 years. Can we talk about cabbages later? Man aged like wine. Now the man aged like a damn mineral deposit with how good he looks. Yeah. Calling him out on his bullshit, exactly Cafe style. Besides, we're going after the protagonist. How much chance do we really have? Kona, Hamu, Rurik, Zuriel, and Gerfurler the menacing. I mean, there's just got to be some post-processing on that. And with that, have a good night. Join us in Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussions. Thank you, Infinite. If you like what you do, consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean archives. Join our YouTube channel for a little price of not much a month to get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. So the Catboy uses a gun, brought trains and dirigibles to Tural. I guess he's a fan of Koan Edik. You'll have to explain that one to me, Dez. All right, pretty soon it's dungeon time. I'll be your take once again. Sounds good. Only 4 more jobs to get 70. Woo, nice Nevik. Cheers, Infinite. Uncomfortable, sexy grandpa. Isn't that uncomfortable? Who's Kenton Ram's voice actor? I know that's someone else. Who is it? They've been around for a while. Who is it? Oh, Kinetic. Okay. Not like a bit of hardship to see your precious children going into fine adults. I will not stand in your way, but mark me. Your victory does not afford you authority to dictate our future. We will decide what is best for the Mamuk. No one else. Alec Newman. Oh, you said that somewhere else, didn't you? What is... Ooh. Alec Newman behind the voice actor. What else did they do? Geode, Frantic Man. That's in Dawn Trail. He did something else. He did Hephaestus and Cognazzo. Yeah, okay. But there's something else he did. What else? He did... Heavensward La Habrea. That's what it was. He was the La Habrea for Heavensward. Which makes sense that he was also Hephaestus. Okay, that's cool. That they actually... Okay, cool. I'm glad to see you all remain in one piece. The second promise was warmed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say that wise in what he do has been no little influence. Joyed though I am by this outcome, I am also eager to speak with Kenton Ram while we have the chance. I need more Kenton Ram! We did not get enough Kenton Ram! Even as a shade, the Dawn Serpent's strength was incredible. I shudder to imagine how he might have fared without the second promise's support. I want to know more about that spell. Luna or anyone around, is there any more like discussion about how the Shades magics work anywhere? Like in the side quest or anything? I know it comes back up, obviously, with the Alliance raid, but like, is there more direct discussion about how it functions? Yeah, I did not realize it was Alec Newman at first. Yeah, straight up. Let's go tell the people of our victory. Or some would say Kenton Ram. If he was recording at Festus, it would make perfect sense that they get him to record the Dawn Trail stuff. Yeah, definitely light. Yeah, definitely Althea. That's a good point. Or vice versa. The third promise. You brought everyone. We were just coming to you. We did it, Mielja. We proved the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we always wanted, here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the south, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders. As equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expect. Something new may be coming, something you might love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary taking the first step towards understanding, it's always worth it. I am thoroughly in the belief that Ketan Ram is going to be a major part of the Shades Triangle. I think it just makes too much sense. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us? About what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, and I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing the city needs is more deaths. Ukul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long, only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliolao. I think they did a good job with voice acting with the last scene about him and talking about atrocities to communicate there is some... He's been just as ardently held to that ideal just as his son was and a perpetrator of it. I do agree. I think it could have been okay to just have some complicated friction there and to remain him kind of adherent to the old way to some extent and not able to let it go. And how do you deal with that? How do you move past it? Like, I think that could have been okay. But since they're not going to focus on that going forward, I kind of get why they don't. But, like, yeah. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. I think the only in the Alliance raid do we get more, but I'll double check what's noted. Yeah, so far I've only found Aaronville's line was it passed down through a certain clan. It employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. Yeah, that's all I've seen about it too. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. Aye, lass, that I do. Victoria! Good to go, Olivia. The people of Mumbook have accepted you, and merchants and vendors are now available to use. I mean, I'm fine if they don't overly explain it. And I can just, okay, the smoke allows you to conjure an arcane entity based off of the ethereal signature and memories embodied by that individual if you've been able to pull it from the past. And specifically, Galul Jaja is as a blessed sibling and Memeljab, someone who could have incorporated a part of their essence energy intentionally into that for them to be able to use as, yeah. Like, it's easy to, like, come up with a rationalization. Of all the things I expected to discover in Tural, Eorzean's most legendary sailor was not among them. We had to speak with Kenram before we do anything else. It's never too late to let go of prejudice, no matter how difficult it may seem. It can be done. This is my first time meeting Kentenram, a Rogadine if ever I saw one. Anqua does look similar to some Eorzean sailors I've seen, but I never would have guessed he was Kentenram. Okay, we'll come out. Aye, this ain't no place for a proper chat. The cabin's just the north side of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it, on account of me dazzling twinklers. I want more Kentenram. So yeah, so Zarielja definitely getting to being like, I don't want to say given a pass because that's not right. The point they're trying to make is that prejudice can be let go of, right? And it works. And I think the idea that he's been a part of a system, believing this is that he is a leader and has a responsibility to his people, and no matter what, even at the cost of atrocities, must perpetuate this and must make sure that his son and instill that it's their only hope out of this desperate place. Like, all of that works, but it also is for someone who is monstrous in some of their prior action and words. Like, here's the problem. Having him say you're useless brothers and sisters is unnecessary to communicate that, and once you've communicated that, having the characters say that, you need to have some kind of culpability to that fact. Yeah. I believe you mean Rugadin? Yeah. Behind the voice actors erroneously wrote Kentenram's name as Kentenram with an N. I mean, a lot of people say it that way, so I get why that might happen. I mean, I say it that way all the time. I've heard that upon Kentenram's disappearance, explorers from across Eorzea banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here. The man values his privacy. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. I wouldn't have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures. I would have expected a manor. Well, I would point out that we still haven't been back here. Maybe there's something... Is that a bed? Curious if I can do anything. Oh, ooh, interesting. A table, some desks. Yeah, there's not really that much. That's sad. Stop trying to invade the man's privacy, Elio. Look. Have you seen his twinklers? It's hard not to. Cat chain is an actual word in German. Oh, that's interesting, Danny. It's underneath the floorboards. Yeah. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorers or otherwise. Aye, all the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Those seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. Now I'm here at Galul Jaja's behest to ensure his word's hard-won peace is kept. And incidentally, it reminds Zarielja of his duty as a lector, should he had forgotten it. Krista, good to go, have you. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'd more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Worker's Ormer? That's right. Kentenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Valigarmanda being one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond. surrounded as ye are by these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades and I are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation, what I must continue to protect. Then ye prove your readiness for the throne, Wuklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones besides me, even uncovering legends should be a child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. Oh? All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hunmaruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galif's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Oh, so that's even more reason. So not even was he told to hide it, but as an elector, he could not divulge it. Yeah, even more so the reason why he wouldn't share it with Kryle. Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokui who lived in Yockt-El ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. That's important, as we've seen that borne out now in a couple different places, including Tender Valley. And if Gerfurlo's abilities are at all representative, the Yokui are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreams of Eld likely owe their experience to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yockt-El from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamok and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let's assemble at the Aetherite. Paraphrase Elliot multiple times in this expansion. I like your skin! Wait, what? When did I say... Man. You're Kefkawa's boy, ain't you? She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the City of Gold. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it. Together. No. Was I ever that young? Paraphrasing is made time about how good this new skin texture. Okay, yes, I guess if you're paraphrasing, you're right. I have been shouting that, haven't I? Also, question. Do you think they're going to continue to update the Endwalker gear armor? I only ask that because, like, Kona's outfit is so crunchy compared to everyone else in your parties, including the Scions. Like, Eorzean and Thancred's outfits look amazing, and whereas, like, Kona's looks, like, as crunchy as it did during Endwalker. You waited for me? It seems Kenton Ram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Alfino said to me by the Aetherite, so I'll see you there. It depends if they have slack in development cycle. Well, I mean, I'm just because they said that they were going to be focusing armor and gear and stuff. There's a reasonable limit to how far they can invest into him in time. Well, my question is more if they like fix the armor for. I mean, have all the other Endwalker armors not gotten to the pass like the Paladin armor yet got? Because my question is in what order will they be hitting those? Because they said they were gonna hit everything. It's just crazy how much better, like, Eorzean and Thancred's armor look. They probably sell in the menu. Yeah, Crystal X art first, please. And Hien. Yeah. Yeah, please get those guys. Crystal Exarch is definitely going to be a interesting nut for them to crack. It'd be interesting if... Actually, okay. Am I thinking about this all wrong, Lilda? Could they use shaders on his skin rather than just using the texture plate to create the crystalline effect? The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe they were even averse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how many najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. Right. Yeah, still the texture map. I'm just saying, like, could they use shaders to help with the fact that, like, the way it's created now with the differentiation layer is, like, so stark. I was wondering if they could maybe use that to, like, help ease the transition. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Minacha and Zariacha, you come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. So I whispered it in her ear, so she could tell you. And anything you can tell us will be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest that we do not know intimately, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of the blessed siblings? The stone pier stands at the entrance of the Skydeep Cenote, the final resting place for the children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. The Golden City is in Yaktael. It may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I am sure Bakul Jasha will appreciate that, and we are here to offer any help if you need it. Your father asked to visit the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe? Truly? The Dawn servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph into the old Yokoi quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated for porless streams. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the Skydeep Cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast of two lingering in Gokdorak descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, their promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn servant. Okay, I haven't really been mentioning this since we've been going so far, but I want to give myself credit that I was correct about all the dungeons and where they were and what they were. This is it, everyone. To the Skydeep Cenote. I was right that it was a Mammal Jaw dungeon. It was going to be for Yaktael. I was right about the Urkelpatch dungeon. I was right about the Kotamauka dungeon. I was right about Vanguard. The only question I had was about what ended up being Orogenics. Because I was like, is Vanguard supposed to be the dungeon for Heritage Found, or was Vanguard supposed to be the dungeon for Shaloni? Need both. They need a texture map to apply the shaders. Yeah, shaders won't reduce the crunchiness of the texture, just the pixelates. It's just the pixelated to begin with. They need to clean up the texture itself. Yeah, so they do need that. What I guess what I was talking about more is that if they could use shaders to obviously give it the more like the glows and the crystals and enhance that. More I was thinking about specifically the differential between the texture layer that is the crystal versus the like Mikote skin. If they're yeah. Anyways, we'll see. Yeah, the only other lines I can find are the ones in the Alliance Raid where Zariel just says, only a privileged few of the Boniwa should be privy to the knowledge required to perform the rite. Okay, yep. And also the cool Jaja's line where he says, the incantation needed to summon the Shade are said to be based on a much older magic, one capable of clouding people's minds. When does Bakul Jaja say that? Oh, wait, no. Does he say that in the Alliance Raid stuff? I mean, that makes sense that it would be part and parcel to being used and how it's used. So, yeah. Actually, to be fair, they could remove the visible texture entirely and replace it with an invisible texture map. Yeah, see, that's part of what I was wondering. Yeah, and if they use that texture map and then use shaders with that invisible texture map is part of what it is, yeah. Yeah, in the Alliance Raid. I think that may just be them retroactively talking about, hey, see smoke and haze, and then how it gets used for stuff. Yeah. And how she's misled. And the one thing that sort of sucks about the leveling gear that is reskins in Dawn Trail is that it seems to use the same fidelity textures as the previous and same model details, so it might have 2 dyes, but has square fingers. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see everything that does get upscaled, because like modern things, like what's a good example? Like this outfit that I'm wearing, right? The color texture, the version. I think it's, I don't know. Is this a version of the Katana Ravel armor? You'll notice that like some of the stuff is much lower resolution than, say, what's a good example? Do you have a current armor on anyone? Why do I have so many outfits without a shirt on? Yeah, okay, I don't have any current. Oh, you know what I do have? I do have current minor. Like, look at the detail in this outfit in contrast to, you know, like some of the crunchiness of that. Yeah, it's Katana Ravel. Okay. You don't see us completely. Elio Gao's natural in the goes natural in the forest. Scree and DAC, Scree indeed. Do we have a comprehensive list of the textures that were updated in 7.1? Shirtless Elio calendar when? You can get it on my Only Archons, Des. Okay, but now I'm trying to imagine what like a sexy Gabi calendar pose would be. I have questions. They did not update the wine port group detail. Probably buried on the subreddit somewhere. It can be alright to check right now. Can't be ours to check. I don't think so. I don't even think the text tools crew have discovered the full list of textures that were changed yet. Sorry, they don't. They're still finding stuff that was changed. Okay. Do they have a list of what they've found so far anywhere? Okay, who's ready for some of the best dungeon music in the expansion and the game, and also one of the most beautiful shots? Going into the dungeon, the reveal for the graphics in here were amazing, and I think Lillian, was it you who was like got there ahead of me and was like, dude, this is gonna be this is amazing what they pulled off. It's on their Discord, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'll have to get a link to their Discord. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is right of succession or no. Disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. I'd say go warrior for Dawn Trail, Denny, since we Wooglumon. The Sky Deep Cenote, now accessible. Also, I'd point out that Dark sustainability has gotten a lot better since the, with not only their new 40%, but and with the heal from that, but also the last patch. I confess, I anticipated my duty as a guide with no little weariness. I knew our journey might change the course of my nation, but I did not think it would change the course of my own life. Sky Deep Cenote. Having successfully collected all 7 keystones, Wuklamat now faces her final challenge as a claimant, finding the City of Gold. All clues point to Yakta-El, whose only uncharted terrain lies in the Sky Deep Cenote. Long before the Mammal Jaw converted into a cenotaph for children lost to the dream of blessed siblings, the Okui quartered its depths and witnessed dreams of their own. Now you must tread this path of ancient awe and endless sorrow, to discover for yourself what lies glimmering in the deep. Let's go. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec for sure. Nevik. Oh, that's beautiful. It's or tragic and beautiful that it starts on the children. Let's go. Sky Deep horror. Oh, the rising part of the music here. I mean, I know I'm not playing optimally also, but man, it's crazy how much gear actually increases or decreases speed of play. Feather Ray. Fucking raging Lalafell warrior. Oh, okay. Can you tell I have not done the Sky Deep Cenote? Like, I don't think I've done it. I don't think I've actively done it since. I think since launch. Wow. It's maybe my second time ever doing it. Hey, we've been doing Byakko. This is perfect. I've been practicing for this. Oh, okay. Just push them, not us. Well, I guess it's going to become encroaching. Oh, no. Bubbles in the tail. This is going to be look away when it goes off. I'm just eating all of the stickers today. Thank you for keeping me alive. Unsung elegy. Tears spent. The unsung elegy. So we think about this. This is almost Sky Deep Cenote is almost going back in time. So right. So think about it. We're starting in the time of the Mammal Jaw, and we're traveling back 500 years, almost more than 1,000 years, to the time of the Quarry and to the time of the Okui. So we're traveling back and back through time as we go through. Now we're in the Miner's Mark. You can see the marks that the Okui leave on their buildings around. We've seen them in their buildings all throughout. Also, you'll notice that this area here kind of looks familiar. A lot of this architecture and a lot of these entities looks a little bit like workers arise, eliminate the rats. Actually, I don't. Workers arise, eliminate the rats. That's something a little different. That's not unintentional. It's not just like, oh, Mayan, right? That's specifically also because, remember, that those of arcane element are able to, the barrier between reflections can sometimes wane between them. They can dream of other worlds. Might be also why the Ambipori may have dreamed of Karibu, or of a Sin Eater. Smash them to a pulp. These Sky Deep vessels are just like the ones in Ranka. They almost, I think they're literally identical. I don't think there's any adjustments in them all, including color. Silence. Our workers have fallen. Activate firearms. Core engaged. Firearms is risen. Haha, such power. Destroy, destroy, destroy. By enchanted sledge, intruders, be gone, be gone, be gone. Oh boy. Burn upon the metal grounds, burn, burn, burn. Exterminate, wait, what? Crumble beneath my full might. Die, die, die. I love how many charges of dashes Vipers have. I can just constantly be like, yep, I'm over here, and I'm with you. You cannot escape me. I think I'm locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Rachel. I know, wrong movie. So we're now leaving Zone 2, the area of the Okui, into a time even further back. Okay, who else got here and was like, what the frick-a-frack is going on? Notice black stone, arcane geometries on them. We've seen those arcane geometries before, too. Agreed, it is a terrible pun. Firearms for his name being giant arms. Yeah, giant guns. Oh, wow. That's one hell of a Talos. Sculptor of Silence, Volskull. Whenever you're ready. Gonna be in and out, like Zodiac. Okay. Is that going through the middle? Oh, no, okay. Threaded that fucking needle. So I wasn't wrong, just delayed. God, I love having these dashes on the Viper. Oh, they feel so good. And not having them for DPS frees them up for all sorts of mobility. Ah, spread now, let's stack. And they're teaching you spreads and like, not obviously there's spreads and stack, but they're like trying to literally teach you like actual, be prepared sometimes to spread, sometimes to stack. That's actually, it feels like normal dungeons and normal trials are now actually trying to teach people how to play, prepare for EXs, and I really appreciate that. Fucking go! Late on that feint. Super clean, guys. Woo! Don't forget, we're gonna take a photo. Lisa, good to see you. Glad to have you. Huzzah! God, what a fucking beautiful vista. I'd also point out that they actually did show this in one piece of concept art at FanFest that is hidden in one of the images. Hey, the song, sweet. Wait, I have it? I guess we must have, weird. Don't forget to sit and reset. Are you joining us, Lil? only. Wait, why is the chest? Oh, right, because we haven't done the loot hadn't been divulged. Oh, okay, wait, let it go one more time. And one, and... Oh, that's cool that the chest actually disappears. Oh, I'm gonna need to restart it because I'm gonna need to get everyone to look down at me. Elio looks so serious if I don't put beam on his face. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get a little bit of light on us, and let's just let's up the character light. Jesus. Let's type 2. On today's lesson in how to use G-pose. Okay, I gotta make sure to throw that in the spoiler, make sure that I tag that with spoilers. Screenshots. Where are you, screenshots? You're right, there's screenshots. Don't forget to tag it with spoilers. Okay, good job, everybody. Okay, let me read you. All the job armor raids and set dungeons are set up blocked to get updated because they're considered notable significant. Makes sense. I don't understand why they've come by some dungeon recolors like that Shadow Game. You know, we've got a cutscene. We'll talk about this after. We're gonna have plenty of time after we do that. Like Hades on fire. Yeah, Global Brooms! Cafe is on fire. How are we doing on time? We still got an hour.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time. Don't tell me it's the Allegans again.
Look, we were all thinking it.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Oh man. Oh, it's not the Allegans again. Yeah, it's so perfect. Oh, so pretty.
Golden light. Could it be?
It's so funny because I thought that was going to be a portal, but it's actually a shield. Well, there is a portal, but it's just not that.
There's a platform on the other side, but how do we get over there?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
That's how, apparently.
Yes, but she hasn't noticed that AC. Remember that not everyone was there, present there.
Let's go and take a look.
Not everyone here has any familiarity with those inscriptions. There's only 2 people. And you have to assume the Warrior of Light is as familiar with arcane circuitry as others. But you'll notice it is the same symbols that you can see in the South Sea Isles, written all over them. What's interesting is you can see that the Yokui must have tried to create some sort of facade around the pyramid at some point.
That seal. That's Charlian, and no mistake.
Dude, look how good the metal looks with all the light. Did it look that good when Dawntrail came out, or did they give it a pass? Holy moly. Oh god, it looks so good.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this.
Was that good on release? Thanks, Ryan.
Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Ooh, perfect. Thank you, Danny. Interesting. Okay, well. Okay, I realize the idea is the shield probably extends below it, but like, okay, well, the door wouldn't have opened. I was just gonna, couldn't you have a Lalafell who just like walks underneath?
Leave it to Alfino.
Oh, God, this guy just... This is a great transition right here. Like, that's, oh, that was a good, just a good shot. Gates of Remembrance.
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokui described from their dreams.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the rite of secession.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gal of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
mountain city is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come, let us return to Duliola.
Home at last.
It feels as though we've had more questions than what we set out with. But for now, returning in one piece is cause enough for celebration. That was wholly unlike what I imagined in my youth. Since when did a place like that exist in Tural? I understand now why the students of Baldesion were petitioned. But what were my grandfather's finding? Not only regarding that stone, but that gate. Well, we've done it. We've seen Wuklamat to victory in the rite of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City. But they must wait until our claimant is settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let's enjoy some well-deserved rest. Okay, now enter the schedule. Okay, before we do that, I want to take a second to talk to you guys. Okay, let's look at what like a Borg, rock on. I wonder, does our Viper Soul Crystal belong to anyone important? Depends on what you mean by anyone important. Chronicles of Eld, retell the dreams of annoying centuries. Firearms, I just realized most people in Tural think we're like a Dillard, but Wuklamat isn't exactly paying us, is she? Don't we make our own money? I mean, we already have our own money, yeah. Now we have Eden Titan EX, right? I have to bounce. Good one, have a good one, Lynn. I remember the first time I couldn't heal properly because of the tears in my eyes. I was so in awe of the musical transition from the crypt to the lead up to the City of Gold. Yeah. It was nice placement right on the safe pixel. Yeah, that was the dodge between those was great on my part. I didn't struggle with any of the bosses until the last dungeon of the expansion. So many people struggled with Eliminator, and I find that funny. I'm assuming you actually mean that last trial. No, the last dungeon of the expansion. Yeah, a lot of people struggle with Eliminator. We won't talk too much about it, but yeah. I sort of did. It was due to me finishing the entire Donjon MSQ one a day. I was exhausted. Jesus Christ, Lisa, you must have been mainlining it to high hell. That last one took multiple attempts with duty support. Yeah. Are more players learning to use kickback mitigation with that fight? Well, I think the more and more of the stuff they're doing is teaching players how to play in general. 10 seconds delay, yeah. You still got me doing sparkles. People in Tural can call a cell store, but the thought occurred to me, Wuklamat isn't actually paying us, is she? I don't know. Probably not, but it's not like we need it. And Cafe's on fire. Like Hades, I'm on fire. Electrobe, it's a good magic conductor, so it would amplify the vision. I wouldn't assume so, no. I think the ethereal capacity for those who are used to arcane being able to experience is more to do with their proximity to places where there's tears or closeness in the fissures between reality, between reflections. I don't think it's necessarily... Electrobe might be able to be used as a conductory tool, but I don't think it's inherently does that. I think it's just that the Gate of Remembrance exists at a place where the line between reflections is weakest. Those Gostarn Alligans, yeah. That was good on release. I'm fairly certain the reflections were overtuned. Wuklamat Circlet looks better to me, not even, yeah. NPC look. I have that on video. Kind of sounds like I taped it on VHS. Am I really that old? Okay, how many people here have ever used a VHS? Or maybe more, how many people here have never used a VHS? Is anybody here young enough to be like, what the heck is a VHS? Did they fix Wuklamat's toe ring? Wuklamat has a toe ring? Music always gives me goosebumps, yeah. It's elegant offshoot that left cubes. Syndrome and framing have improved a lot. It's really cool. Yeah, definitely agree, Krista. Keep getting more and more dynamic with their tools for doing shots. Man, I would love a job working for Square Enix doing nothing but just coordinating and doing the cutscenes. Man, that would be so fun. I mean, it'd be hard work, but it'd be fun. Can confirm the gates really was that shiny arm release. Okay. We can't talk about all the technology and stuff yet, AC. We're not to that part of the story. What an expansion, huh? It's only level 95. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, it's not quite Endwalker levels of wait, Zodiark is the first trial, but it is absolutely like wait, we're here and like, where are we going with all this? Yeah. Ever notice those circles above the door kind of look like spoiler thingy that goes on people's heads? Oh, I didn't. I'll have to look at that again. We made it to the end. We thought so too when we faced Zodiark. Yeah, yeah. Lappy, says Lisa. Some of the inscriptions are sort of similar in the style of those things in Syracuse. Yes, to the ancient symbols in Syracuse. Yeah, definitely very similar, Nevik. I had that same thought. Start in the like early Allegan architecture. Starting to think Emmett Sugg was disingenuous when he called Sunder people lesser, considering the technology and magic we see. There's, well, so one, Laha Brea should not, or Emmett Sugg was, he's not wrong in that the ethereal density is more limited, but obviously he, to some extent, he was always full of shit, right? But he needed to come, yeah, unaware more like he didn't even know, he didn't know everything, yeah. Although I have questions about stuff, but we'll talk about that as we get into the second half. Adding the expansion, cool. Let's go get tacos and tequila. I'm still miffed we didn't get to hear the explanation. The explanation to which part, Luna? It wouldn't have been as cool if they didn't have Eorzean Jade use hologram. I want fish tacos or shrimp tacos. No. Sweet pulled pork tacos are the best taco. It's just true. Nice and the first boss in the last dungeon, yeah. Oh, the first boss. That guy when you go into the thingy mode, yeah. A lot of people struggle with that one. Or Chicken Mold 27. I've used VHSs. Okay. VHSs were a pain to rewind. Yes, they were. I'd rather not talk about how old I am out in the open. Okay. I had all the DBZ Blue Saga on VHS as a kid. There we go. Yo, my parents let me and my sisters disassemble our VCR when they got rid of them. See, that's a good way to learn. 44 here. I've used VHSs and 8-track. Okay, 8-track. Now that's that. You have to be basically a child of the like coming out of the 70s or 80s to really been all about the 8-tracks. Yeah. Age 29, we taped TV well into the age of DVDs. VHS lasted longer in some countries. Yeah. Did they die out earlier, Liln, or are you saying they lasted longer in Down Under? Also recorded Ed and Eddie. Marathons of VHSs, yes. I like butter toast. 22 and had some VHS movies as a kid. Okay. So 22 and still VHS. Okay, so there's some. So 22. Okay, so you're 2002. So, okay, so into the early 2000s we're still existent. The explanation for Gulul Jaja about the city of Go. Oh, yes. Yeah. Why we didn't get it. Yeah. But we'll get it. We'll get it to an extent. The description, Flora of the Golden City. Yeah. Back in my day, we used to be able to buy VHSs for 3 shillings. Of course, the price went up due to the war with the Kaiser. Anyone remember portable CD players? Yes, I was in London as a 7-year-old, and I listened to the entirety of His Dark Materials series on a portable CD player. I might have photos of that somewhere. You didn't hear that from me. The combo unit could also tape from DVD to VHS, so you can make a private copies of your DVDs. Nice. I used to have a portable movie player. Yeah. Cars used to have cassette tape players. Dude, I remember that. Anyways, armor. Yeah. What strange way to find out that Dez is a vampire. I forgot to equip those. Okay, we're gonna have to get the 96 armor before we go into. But okay. Something probably won't surprise you. Oh yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, look, the thing I will tell you is I never know anyone's age in this goddamn. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know anyone's age, but like unless someone is under the age of 20 or like above the age of 60, a lot of you guys, I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, I've literally said it this stream, but how old for those of you who don't know, how old do you guys think I am? Upon speaking with Peshqua, several cutscenes will play in sequence. They're not in art. Ed Eddie SFX was ahead of its time. Dude, Ed Eddie that's a great show. I love that show. 30s. Yeah, that's a fair guess. Late 20s, early 30s. Fair guess. I'll give it a second before late 20s. Okay. I'm actually 42. No, 26. Okay. Late 20s. See, at least I look per appropriate age. I'm 29. I will be 30 in 2025. I feel like I'm doing pretty good for being 29. I'm okay. I'm doing okay. Yeah, late 20s, early 30s feels right. Yeah, I agree. And you know what? It's also accurate. Yeah, you're older than me, Nevik. Yeah. Okay. You guys ready to watch cutscenes for about 20 minutes? Also, we're going to hear a song that I know that a lot of people don't love, but I adore it deeply, and I also do want to talk about why I adore it after these cutscenes. Elioles! God damn it, Des. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you and Wukulamat's victory in the Rite of Secession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of a future Dawn Servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please, relax and enjoy your stay. Sometime later. God, Miko, dare short. Surprised to see me. I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? Why is this not voiced? I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is a testament to the quality of her traveling companion, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I only did as you might have in my position. My primary business is calling is to deliver a message from Lamachi. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamachi or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. You've become someone irreplaceable to her. As a brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. I do love that they present this when the Warrior of Light is never going to accept that, right? They always will be the adventurer. They always will be the one to travel the star. But that she would want you there is right and proper. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant's Ascension ceremony. I wonder if that scene was added later in production. And that's why it's not voiced.
What a crowd, as befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
It's starting.
God, their crowd work is so much better now.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants.
But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present a claimant whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold. My daughter, Wook Lamont.
You can see her father in there. And Gerfurler the menacing. And Maddie's!
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tural!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude to know when to push through and when not to push your luck.
I love that you've been hearing the song all the way through for Tuliolal's theme.
From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Pibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because my journey has taught me one thing above all else. Your happiness is my happiness. I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah.
Superhero landing.
My father led Tulihiolau to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona!
Mamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tulihiolau prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister, to give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Thus, having found their reason to resolve, do promises become vows.
Glad this didn't go to waste.
Oh, Muklamat.
This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn Servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
When did you guys figure it out? For me, it was the battle.
Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn Servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
When you use past tense, I didn't think only one head could die. Yeah. Yeah, you got noticed it right away because of the animation. Well, same. The head of reason was very wise indeed to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the rite of secession. It's a shame he could not be here to bear witness to the end. A bittersweet celebration to be sure, but I'm glad Wukulmat finally got the recognition she deserves. She might have told someone what she was planning, but Wukulmat does not act without the best interests of her people in mind. Wukulmat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn Servant will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolal is bright indeed. Yeah, all the tears be, yeah. And by the story, it was safe, but didn't expect him to be dead considering he wasn't decayed. He doesn't look as bad as he should because he would just be unpleasant. Earlier in Yaktal. My interpretation is that as long as one of the head continues to exist, technically like blood is circulating, but the brain has still like cut off, but one of the brains is still like decay is just doesn't set in because technically the body is still living, but effectively he's brain dead. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, having a Jabral come down to Mamuk.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
No, Roga didn't do age. Just Kenton Ram is for a 100-year-old. Like, I don't know what is it. What he's drinking. I feel like maybe he did find the Fountain of Youth or something. We're gonna find it in the occult triangle, the occult crescent or something. Oh, Kenton Ram's dead. I swear to God, if we actually find the Fountain of Youth in Shade's Triangle, I'm gonna laugh so goddamn much. Just too much of a Chad to die. The end. Yep. Yeah, it is.
Wukulmat has surely come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she has moved the people with her heartfelt words, she has retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as the fellow Dawn Servant. As sudden as it is, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and he only forfeited to help Wukulmat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliolal will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles! Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're no less than my family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lamachi.
I'll try to pronounce it correctly.
As you wish, Lamachi. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It would also be my honor to call you Lamachi. Mine as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still a lot I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Elio? Wonderful. Come meet me outside the Winged Walk then.
Man, we're gonna end right on time. I don't know why the frick-a-frack I thought there was any chance we were going into Shaloni. I guess from looking at it from a quest standpoint, like the amount of quests we had left, like that was a reasonable thing to think, but
ready? Let's go. On our first step is Auntie's Tacos, and not just for a snack. I promise Wook Evu and Mabu should be there.
you guys remember when Endwalker first came out, and if you like did something like jump off like this, they wouldn't follow you, and you would just have to restart the whole quest? It would just like teleport away. Like it would just like say like, oh, you got too far away. Cut out the discussions and tangents we did. You might have made it slowly, but it would have been
Well, no, because I mean, like, if we cut out all those, we would probably buy us an extra hour, and that's still not enough to. But when I say get to Shaloni, I don't mean literally enter Shaloni. I mean like have gotten to Vanguard. Because like I try to space these out so that they end in like actual break points for the narrative, and Shaloni doesn't really have one. Well, halfway through it has one, I guess, yeah. But even that one would still take us more than an hour. Dawn Servant, Wuklamat, words cannot express the profound joy Ascension has brought me. Ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I am still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego formalities. Ah, but why cannot? You are a Dawn Servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn Servant, I am ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunk alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklamat become Dawn Servant, Elio. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn Servant Ascension presents us with a prime opportunity, which is why I convince everyone to participate in the commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I am not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see you all again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds, the feat of gold were my first true test as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of secession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tural has to offer. In Tural, for instance. As always, you must serve a proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as a tutor should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I am sure to bring Kona as well. Your duties as a Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ishihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been practicing attending your alpaca again. There we hope to see you at the ranch again. Tell my fluffy spit-filled friend that Wuklamat will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, and you haven't seen Confronting around, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long pointy ears? I saw a man matching the description by a weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of Yokui, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy. Got it! Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. If you want to go by how it's pronounced by most of the people in it, it's Shaloni. I did before it came out, I said Shalowani, but the way it's voiced, it's done Shaloni. Yeah, in the game, it's said multiple times as Shaloni by Aaronville, by the people there. I don't know if anybody else in our immediate partner, but it's definitely Shaloni as voiced. Never parkoured with the NPCs, so I didn't know you'd lose them like that. Yeah, well, there you go. Like the climax of my community. Because we're the main character. Yeah, so much so I'm afraid still to do it. Yeah, I feel like Krista. So for the people who are, you know, like Voltaire, I don't know if you're still around, but for y'all folks, like, what was the point that kind of got you in terms of at least the mystery picking up? When you see the when you see the Gate of Remembrance and all that, were you basically fully bought in at that point?
The citizens behold the high luminary with awe. No doubt you have seen one of his station or stature. I have not come to Tural in quite some time.
Pop friends, Ragnarok is grateful for the meeting again.
Dawn Servant, Elio, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tural isn't a short one.
Long road worth the travel to congratulate you, Dawn Servant.
To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offering for the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attended on behalf of Warlord's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction.
Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's.
I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Elio. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with near the near shipwreck, if you'll remember, yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. I like that they're kind of like going through everything you've already experienced up to this point. Almost like that walk of remembrance you do for the Heavensward quests.
When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of Pots and the feat of Roof and the feat of Ice showed me that the peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tudiolal I want for all of you. So I promise you this as Dawn Servant. I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozumauka and Yokui of Chiwager Salter. I won't forsake them.
And also, don't the bandits, you said the bandits come up in the Pelu Pelu quest. I gotta imagine for sure that the battle quest has got to be the frickin', or at least the Sultan quest has got to be one of the tribes.
As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Chiwagar come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium, while not easily shifted, neither are they immutable.
Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words.
I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblins' hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that the good living is secure, the village overflows with full smiles. Such cooperation between Hellpants and Potsworn is the very spirit of a healthy pot.
A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Muruk.
The Jabra rocks. I believe I saw him on the sands below.
Gleam Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too.
Wow, Gappy goodness, full smiles for all! Eat the size of Gerfurler. A lot, I would assume, AC. The Cenote was a start for me, I think. Yeah, I think this is foreshadowing for the travel quest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, AC. Krau's face looks at the Allied Society quest. Krau's face looks at the gate with such a good detail. Yeah, it has to. That's with the whole selection of land up there. There's no one goes into it because there's no need after the first time. Yeah, the Chiwager area. Just so you know, Raven put a meme in the Discord that is apt considering the stream. Oh. Okay, wait. I do gotta open that one up. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Love it.
About to go fight. I'll post the video after. I got my ass beat, bro. I'm not posting that shit.
Oh my god, that's funny. They used to connect Urkopacha covered in boulders. Huh, interesting.
What a wonderful variety of food and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home to the others.
You must think my attendance incongruous to such an auspicious occasion. It is Autarch of Mamuk. I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. My, you honor us with the personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension.
No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I am still just Wuklama.
More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud.
I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know, what my birth parents might say if they knew.
I imagine they would say that it fills the heart with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become.
See? Exactly what we're talking about. It's like, I think the relationship between her birth father and her is a beautiful one without needing it to be like, and now they're, you know, reconciled. And they're spending a bunch of time. It's like, it's not, instead of doing that, just like respect and love, you know, for who she is, for her role, for what she's doing, telling her she's, you know, like, there's a respect there that the distance they're allowing for is actually a sign of love and respect rather than one of not reconnecting. I think it's a beautiful thing. He's choosing to not make her life harder and instead celebrating her for the life she has now and the beautiful, strong, compassionate woman that she's become, rather than needing to, allowing for her to have her own life instead of needing it to be, yeah. Well, one of you guys put it really well last time. What was it? One of you guys said, I don't remember what it was that you said, but one of you phrased it really well.
I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me.
I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person, but he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet.
The boy needs purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good.
So see, I think like that's another detail right there, too obliging for his own good. He was willing to be the thing that his father wanted him to be rather than himself, you know?
I'm sure he will find it in his own time, especially if he knew his family is there for him. That we are.
By the by, have you seen Ketenram anywhere? Tankwa, that is.
Ketenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tankwa, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We best be going, but relax, and enjoy. Make yourself at home, and come and visit us anytime.
Yeah, I think coming out of...
All right, I think I found everyone I could find. Let us return to the others in the Winged Walk.
I think if I come away with one criticism for the first half of Dawn Trail, honestly, I'm not even really bothered by Zariel-Ja. If other people are, I get it. I don't disagree with the criticism for it. But I can allow, I think it works well enough for me, and it works well enough to enable and work on the thematic reasons that they're aiming for. I actually think that, yeah, the number one thing I come away from is I would have loved more Zariel-Ja, and I understand why we don't, but I think so much of the second half is payoff that it suffers from a little bit, lacking a little bit of it's supposed to be understanding him and his motivations is supposed to be a reveal, therefore it can't be overly set up. But I still think more could have been done to convey where it comes from. You know, Zariel-Ja is my Roman Empire. Yeah, something about giving up his role as a father for the sake of prosperity, I think. Yeah, something like that, Will. Yeah. I do hope the raids will give Bakul Jaja more character development. I'm liking it so far. Yeah. Okay, I swear to God, now I kind of really can't let go of the idea that Ketenram actually did discover the Fountain of Youth in the New World, and he discovered it in the Shades Triangle. I'm kind of really on board with that hypothesis now. These are rumors that Galul Jaja may go on a pilgrimage now that he's no longer Dawn Servant, though I'm sure the transition process will keep him in the capital for some time yet. Oh, you're back. Aaronville was just regaling us with stories of Lama Chi from when they were little. What? That one about the taco? It was basically clean when I found it. Or no, the one about Papa's feathers? Look, I don't know where else to wipe my nose, and it was too little to know better. I do appreciate that Alice is using Lama Chi already, because she's one of the few characters that really ardently uses it throughout the second half. Galul Jaja stopped by to offer his thanks for our support. He also bade me extend his gratitude to you for assisting a concerned father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Right, like how did Galul Jaja for Zariel-Ja to feel so strongly? He doesn't seem like he's a harsh father. I don't think the problem was, I don't think the problem was like Bakul Jaja. We'll go into it more as we go, but I don't think the problem is like Bakul Jaja that Galul Jaja insisted upon what his role needed to be and how he needed to turn out. I think he hoisted it upon himself, mixed with the not impossible. What's the word? The what is the not immortal son? What do they call him? One of you guys will get me in a second. But I think it's more what his broader culture and what he hoisted on himself. The resilient son. Thank you, Althea. I think that was not an issue that Galul Jaja was not a deeply loving parent. I think the problem is that caused him that afforded Zeralja a certain form of pain and weight that he also furthered upon himself, and he could not allow others to help him. Meaning that there was always a darkness within that and a pain within that he did not. People who are hurting can lash out, but people who are hurting also can be in a position where they can't heal, they can't get help if they can't ask for it, you know? Cool. Should be recovering bit by bit. Give it a second. Cool. Should be recovered, just about recovered now. And I'm gonna take a quick 2 seconds. So if for you didn't catch the bit end, I was saying, I don't think Zeralja is a byproduct of anything that Galul Jaja failed to do. I don't think it's like Zerilja and Galul Jaja. I think the issue is a byproduct of the culture and the responsibility and feelings that Zeralja held within himself and was unwilling to accept help. So the thing is that Bakul Jaja doesn't make allies, right? But part of Zeralja's issue is not that he can't make allies, it's that he cannot accept help, right? It's that he cannot be, he can't do what Kona did, right? With being able to be himself. He cannot be weak. He must be the resilient son, so he can never accept help. He must create something of his own. He must do it all alone. He must do it all alone. Everything has to be, he has to do it, otherwise it doesn't count. Otherwise it's not real. If it's handed to him, it doesn't count. And so, and all that makes sense, and all that, I just wish there was a little bit more of it earlier on. I think it's affected on later, but we'll talk about that as we go through. Refresh if buffering. Yeah, should be health is all back. Also, dude, if they release any kind of barrel tender plushie, I'm gonna go fucking hog wild. I swear to God. Holy moly, do I want a barrel tender plushie? Maybe I need, you know what? I should get the 3D model of the barrel tender. I should 3D print it. I could put him in the back. I could 3D print a statue of the barrel tender. Oh, ooh, okay. I gotta get on that. Oh, speaking of. The chair is coming along. Can't really hold it up right now because I have yet to glue it together, but the Archon chair 3D print is coming along splendidly. Full-side barrel tender plushie is like a Snorlax. All right, see? Yeah, see, you get it. Yeah, it's easy to rip. Honestly, Lil, do you want to help me with that? Because I haven't gotten around to figuring out how to actually do rips on that, so I would definitely appreciate some help. Assuming you're, I know I ask a lot when it comes to technical stuff, but it is just a request. If you don't have time, it's all good. Barrel Tender's cosplay is at the next. Ooh, Barrel Tender cosplay? AC, you're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas. The other thing I would love to do is, honestly, as a way to justify getting in shape, I'd love to do a Hildebrand just to be like, okay, actually work out, but I don't think that's not likely. No sweets for 2 weeks. Actually take them from the ice cream. The model and textures are both easy to rip, really. Sweet. No. Sweet. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush out on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about.
I just want to really, again, point out, I adore that you technically, at first I was like, oh, it kind of sucks that you haven't heard Smile yet, in a way, when it first shows up, but actually, I really appreciate that you have, on loop, repeatedly, it's just only in Tuliolal. It is the theme of Tuliolal.
I'm sure he made it abundantly clear. but I'm completely serious.
OBJ, usually.
I want you to stay in Turishola with me.
I was never gonna be the Warrior of Light. But her asking feels right and character.
I'm not forcing you, of course. But should you wish it, you'll always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Tural.
Woo!
Which, as I recall, you've yet to see.
Let's go to America!
An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn Servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald.
Keep bringing up Garlemald, please.
By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Themes of 14.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tulayolal as well.
Kryle's over here dying, like, God damn it, someone tell me, please.
By all means, your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Tural, perhaps?
That's the plan.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Tural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Yeah! Cross-country bun boy!
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
It's only goodbye for now. Is there any of you guys who speak Spanish? Am I right in understanding that Derado means, like, gilded?
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Tural Skygate.
France to the end, you hear me? France to the end!
It's like it's El Dorado though. It's like Dorado is it Dorado mean Dorado? Sorry, not Dorado. Dorado. Does that mean gilded or does that mean gilded city? That's my favorite part of the expansion because it feels like the most pure adventure, just going out for the hell of it. Yeah. I've been thinking about investigating in Bamboo Lab printing myself. I actually, I'm currently running a oh god, what am I bringing? What is it called? M1X I think. M1B. Yeah. The Bamboo Labs I've had really good luck with. I've been 3D printing since 2014. I've used so many 3D printers as a plug and play, but really high quality. I have pretty good things to say about Bamboo Labs. Let's go turn this into quest and then we'll start wrapping up for the day. What are the Wuklama at this point besides friends? What are we to Wuklama? A mentor and a friend, I would say. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, definitely Krista. The favorite part of the expansion because it felt the most pure adventure, just going for the hell of it. So Des, you liked the first half the most. Yeah, I've got something to say about Garlemald expansion at this point. We'll have to talk about that in the coming days then. Stand tall for the journey never ends. Yeah, journey over. Rite of succession, like journey through Jacques Thrall, meeting peoples with Gul'ja, and tell the place when, please. So here's the question. Luna, counter me on this if there's things that say it. Is there anything to say that Gul'ja united Jacques Thrall, and then went after doing that and creating Tuliulal, went and across Orgor, or either created Tuliulal or went across Orgor the Boundless before that, and then met with those peoples. Like, do we know an exact timeline of when he got Jacques Thrall? Because for all we know, Jacques Thrall joined the coalition later. Unless, actually, I say for all I know. I also love that there's a bunch of Dopro up here. The things would have went had we been in Jacques Thrall earlier, yeah. Erenville Day arc incoming, yeah. El Dorado meaning gilded or golden one. Okay. I just think that's interesting because we've got Dawn Trail, but we've also got the Gilded Legacy is the Japanese name. Hell yeah, let's fight some Nazis. Mystery Play has been high recently, yeah. Turns out it was a golden woman. Like the first half, but especially Shaloni. Oh, you like Shaloni the best. You liked going to America. Past these gates over the bridge lies Jacques Thrall. You have the permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last minute stop to make before we leave. Forgive me. I'm afraid of traveling with our new Dawn servants may have scarred me for life. Yeah, just give me a couple days. I'm sure we'll head out soon. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Skydeep Cenote. I'm worried about when I get to Shaloni because I'm going to have a hard time just basically using my normal accent. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so at least we know he went into Jacques Thrall and mended the relationship between the Tonawatans and Shotona. Got it. I'd be curious to know when exactly that was. I mean, we can do that. This is the gate to the Golden City. 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to the scholars across the salt, petitioning the study of this place. When he discovered it was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever, or so we thought until the Uride's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tankwa would be entrusted with the safekeeping. Ha! Had I known the Daughtering would carry the set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright.
So you say, yet the new Dawn servants succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task.
The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need to worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right your father shared, these bitter memories shall soon be forgot. Seize your future promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be.
I wonder if it's responding to its will and faith.
It's working! Someone there can hear me? At last! Who's there? Show yourself! If only I could. Alas, the gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us.
Interesting that she can send data or information.
Then you are the guardian of the city's great power. I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds.
Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself.
Yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Promise! Why?
The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will.
As you wish, but in exchange.
And Cerealja was never heard from again. Okay, that's where we're gonna be stopping for today. Cerealja doesn't see the consequences, does he? No, he doesn't. Oh, nice! Oh yeah, I definitely need to pose it, because I'm assuming it's only in the A pose. It probably doesn't come with his, there's no setup for that. I'll have to, I wonder if it's actually rigged, if I can pull it. But maybe I will need the FBX. I forget, does the FBX file come with the rigging? Eh, it doesn't matter. Cerealja should have double tapped, yeah. Thank goodness, Cerealja is permadead, yeah. What's interesting is that the implication there is that unless he crawled, presumably there has to be some way into the interdimensional rift within the confines of the pyramid itself beyond the gate. Yeah, I have questions about how all that worked out. Maybe we'll find out more as we go along the alliance raids. Okie dokie then. Ray, Infinite, are you guys here? I know Infinite went to bed. Ray's, I think, out for today, working on her own projects. And then, I don't know if they're there. It should be rigged, I think. Okay, sweet. I'll have to fire up Blender.
If not, I'll put it in. Thanks. Thank you, V. Awesome. If you enjoyed the stream and you aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Also, a friendly reminder that we have events every day on this Discord. Like today, where Amina will be hosting an EX farm during Wednesdays. Tuesdays, we have Alliance raids. On Thursdays, we have maps. Fridays, we have Lore Book Club. Saturdays, we have Mount Farming. And Sundays and Mondays, I don't think we have anything, at least not that I can think of. We do run Unreal sometimes on Sundays and Mondays. But yeah. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support. Sign up for our Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Right now, there are not a lot in the way of rewards. As you'll notice, even the banner above my head is currently missing, and I'll get that fixed soon. But it goes a long way towards supporting us and making the channel much more viable. Even a basic scale would be enough. Yeah. Crazy that we hear a Heritage Found theme before the Shaloni theme. Huh. That's true, Laffy. You're not wrong. Yeah, I didn't realize that in my playthrough. Yeah, I didn't catch that it was the Heritage Found theme either, yeah, until this time. Just so you know, I'm out of town Friday. I may not make book club. I might be able to join via phone if my schedule allows. Okay, yeah, well, I'm always glad to have you guys. As you guys know, I have run book club from all sorts of weird places, like airports, a Panera parking lot. Yeah, quite a few places. Yeah, I hope you can make it too, Des. So, thank you, Lil. But yeah, again, I want to thank you all for spending our time here. We're making our way quite quickly through Dawn Trail. We're at what part is this? Let me pull up my pictures real quick. Eorzean T photos. MSQ stream. We are on episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today was 7. So I would assume that there's, interesting that we have pretty consistent cadence of, I would imagine there's probably between 7 and 10 left. Yeah, we appreciate you all joining the streams. Thanks for making what we do possible. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to all our mods for all their work. Don't forget to check out Ray Ray's Final Fantasy XIV archived. She put out over 100 videos this year, it looks like. Crazy. 1, 2, 3 according to Tal. Yeah, I just mean like of the MSQ, of the Dawn Trail, how many we've done. Also, yeah, it is stream 1, 2, 3. Huh, look at that. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks all for hanging out. I always appreciate your guys' thoughts. And again, it very much, I would love talking to you guys about Dawn Trail as we go further into not only where we're at currently, and even going back and talking about that stuff, but talking about what comes next. Particularly if you have, not necessarily if you thought like, oh, I don't know how well it worked for me, but especially if you feel it worked better or if it didn't change, I wanna hear your thoughts. I do. I just ask that you be thoughtful about them. I am gonna go head out. I want to try to do at least some work tonight on videos, and then yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And we'll be back tomorrow, unless I need to take off. I've been having some spasming today, so if spasming gets work, I'll have to take off tomorrow. But other than that, presume that we should be on for tomorrow. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Okay, so we should be on for tomorrow. But just be forewarned. Obviously, if you want to know if we're going to have a stream, you will always be able to know. It'll always be announced at minimum 2 hours, usually 3 hours before over on the Discord. You can also find it on the YouTubes. It should be posted around that time. Okay, I'm going to head out for tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I've been Eorzean, and I will see you guys next time. Also, I've got the boy! 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 3 cactuar mounts. I need 3 more. I need a whole 7. I want a cactuar mount for every day of the week. I want to just ride him into the sunset. Oh boy, barrel tender. I need giga tender. Okay, I don't know how you do giggle tender because it's probably gonna look like one of his heads is shoved up your. Anyways, maybe Nopala tender. Maybe that would work. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys.